now, nigga. What?
Nasty.
I need a horn and a drum roll. Getting smart from a dumb hole. 56 shots getting loaded like a snub nose. If you ain't spending money, nigga, what you come for? Burn them buckets, 20 grand on some buckets. Burn them buckets, we gon' make it back tomorrow, nigga, fuck it. We gon' shine tonight and make you hate it, love it. Burn them buckets, 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 burn them buckets. Self-made, I don't know you niggas, nothing. If we were back, go, nigga, run it, yeah. $1,000 pair of shoes. I'm so fly, I need a pair of shoes. Got one bitch, imagine what a pair do. I like them yellow, thick and fine with a attitude. Dipping out, I'm sharper than a barracuda. I ain't looking at you, boy, I'm looking through you. Splash Brothers team got a pair of shooters. We run the streets, boulevards, and the avenue. Look like we shoot chuckles for a living. And yo bitch look like she just wanna fuck us for a living. There's nothing she can get it. We can kick it like a thing said. She tryna get a ring, ho, you ain't getting them MJ. I need a horn and a drum roll. Getting smart from a dumb hole. 56 shots getting loaded like a snub nose. If you ain't spending money, nigga, what you come for? Fuck it. Burn them buckets, 20 grand on some buckets. Burn them buckets, we gon' make it back tomorrow, nigga, fuck it. We gon' shine tonight and make you hate it, love it. Burn them buckets, 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 burn them buckets. Self-made, I don't know you niggas, nothing. If we were back to coast, nigga, my daddy wanted my check, I'ma get it one just to stunt. A fleet of black on black, I'ma put it right in the front. I follow him in that Benz and put my bitch in the road. Now you got the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. Leg up, hot down my nose up, head low on my nose up. 10 chains sitting on my chest, damn my heart done froze up. Pulling hole like Dolomite, muddy water, show you right. We hit the club and we'll make it rain for 40 days and 40 nights. Haters throwing that sodium, South degrees of petroleum. I'm saying, man, the same thing. They got Malcolm hit on that podium. They got Martin hit on that balcony. Got Jesus Christ on Calvary. She bring the bottles in one night with us, spent the whole damn salary. I need a horn and a drum roll. Getting smart from a dumb hole. 56 shots getting loaded like a snub nose. If you ain't spending money, nigga, what you come for?
We bring the buckets. We gonna make it back tomorrow, nigga. Fuck it. Hey, what's up? What is up? What's up, family? Listen, thank y'all for tapping in and tuning in to another episode of Rhetoric. I am your host, Born Rich. You hear me? AKA Boss Born, AKA Big Born, AKA Born Again. You know, all of that, whatever. Just say born, whatever. You feel me? But man, for real, thank y'all for tuning in. As you guys come in, hit that like button, share button, subscribe button, all of that, man. Hit all of that. Also, I got the Instagram scrolling across the bottom of the screen. The PayPal is always scrolling across the bottom of the screen. The Cash App is always scrolling across the bottom of the screen. And speaking of Cash App and all of that stuff, man, shout out to the people who have been supporting. You know what I mean? I don't know if people want me to say their names, so I won't say any names. But trust me, I see you, and I am truly thankful. I am truly thankful for all of the support. Even the people who hit the like button. You know what I mean? That's one thing I already peeped at. Even when I was just pulling up the YouTube page, I see it's 5 watching and 5 likes, man. So I really appreciate that, man. Y'all don't have to do that, but thank y'all for doing that. Shout out my brother God of Jacob. Shout out to Sister African Goddess. So all right, so today, man, we're talking about reparations, man. I told y'all yesterday, you know, you're gonna have a little bullshit, but then you gotta balance it out with, with some other shit. So like I said, it's back to the regular scheduled programming. And yeah, man, today we getting into it. Reparations. So I was on my yeah, I know, got a Jacob. So got a Jacob. I was on social media today, brother, and I ran across a clip because y'all know I like to listen to the brother Tariq Nasheed from time to time. Very entertaining and educational at the same time. You know what I'm saying? Some people like him, some people don't. It don't matter. So yeah, I was on my timeline, and I guess he called in. So they had a segment where they was letting people call in, and this is the California Reparations Task Force. So they had a Black History. They had a Black History. They were celebrating Black History, and it was also speaking about reparations. They spoke about some of the future efforts to get reparations. They were talking about some of the past efforts, some of the historical people who were trying to fight for reparations. They was even speaking about how reparations have kind of, what is the best way to go? Are we doing the blanket black thing where everybody, no matter where, if you were enslaved and you are descended from African heritage, do you deserve it? And they was also asking, or should we just do it for quote unquote African Americans or Americans descendants of slavery? You feel me? Or foundational Black Americans, whatever label. We know what we mean when we say it. You know what I mean? So yeah, I checked that out. I gotta admit, great meeting. Great meeting, great discussion. But the part that I really like and I really want to focus on today is when they open up the panel for callers, and they're letting callers speak. I think they do about an hour of it. Each caller can get 3 minutes apiece. You don't have to use your whole 3 minutes, but people was calling in all over the place. You got people fighting. You have quote unquote allies calling. You have people that wants to blanket black the reparations fight. You have people that just wants to deal with Black Americans when it comes to reparations. So yeah, man. I'm gonna crank it up, man. We're gonna get into it. Rain Hands. Shout out to Rain Hands, man. Rain Hands says, before you start the show, give us your opinion on the Ukraine Russia beef. Rain Hands, Rain Hands, there's so much white on white crime going on, brother. To me, this is a white on this is white on white crime. Something that I really think affects the white community. And if I'm honest, Rain Hands, I honestly think that we should really focus on white on white crime, global white on white crime. I don't know if they need more police in the neighborhoods. I don't know if maybe if we could call the world police and stop this white on white crime. But it's becoming a problem, man. I mean, I'm looking at the statistics, and white on white crime is I mean, the statistics are crazy. I think, you know what I mean. This white on white crime is something that, I don't know. Maybe we need to talk to the governor. Like I said, I mean, even in the local level in these communities, white on white crime is going crazy. I maybe would suggest put more put more police in the community. Maybe call the world police, and I don't know. Maybe we need to have meetings and real discussions of how to stop white on white crime. Is actually becoming dangerous. And what's scary about white on white crime is it may spill over into my community. So yes, I am full. I want to stop white on white crime. Full stop. Rain Hands. That's you know what I mean. I want it to stop, man. So yeah, Ukraine Russia beef, man. I don't know, man. Shit. That's why I can tell you one thing about Ukraine and Russia. You go to either one of them countries and find black people, I bet they're at the bottom of the social economic ladder. Yeah, I mean, right hands. That's something, and that's the funny thing about Ukraine and Russia. They may be beefing, having a little family rift right now. But one thing they can agree on is white supremacy and enforcing the system of white supremacy, especially when it comes to non-white people. So yeah, man, that's my take on the Ukraine Russia beef, man. That's it. That's a wrap on that, man. You know what I mean? So yeah, let's get into it, man. Without further ado, I'm going. Oh, this is an open panel, man. Somebody come up here and talk some shit with me, man. Y'all know how I do, man. Y'all know I need somebody up here talking shit with me. God of Jacob, if you're available, pull up. Um, Lady Spade, if you're available, pull up. African Goddess, pull up. If y'all available, pull up and talk, man. Talk. And that's a fact. That's a fact. That is a fact right there. Rain hands. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's it. That's it. When white countries fight, you damn right. It makes world news. It does. It makes world news. But I guess before I even start, let's look at it, right? Because I did ask, what do you know about the California Reparations Task Force, right? So let's give that a quick little Google search and see what they're about, right? Because I mean, everybody knows, and everybody's talking about you, man. You know, California just passed this bill to get to create the task force and really try to get people hold on, guys, hold on, guys. All right, my bad, guys. It had some background noise, but yeah, let's give it. Yeah, all right. Like I said, we know that. I guess they did pass a bill saying, okay, let's put together a reparations task force, a California reparations task force. So they've been moving ever since. You know what I mean? They've been meeting and having discussions. I am not really familiar with the task force, but like I said, they had a meeting today, and I ran across the meeting. So let's give it a quick Google search and we'll see what the let's see what the California Reparations Task Force is about. All right, here we go. Here we go. Just a quick one. A quick one. A quick one. A quick one. Let's get to it though. Let's get to it. Really quick, guys. Bear with me. Bear with me. All right. Let's go. All right, we'll go with this right here. So let's get the website right. This is from oag.ca.gov. So Reparations Task Force members. California Assembly Bill 3121. That's the bill everybody's talking about. The Bill 3121. So California Assembly Bill 3121 establishes the task force to study and develop reparation proposals for African Americans with a special consideration for African Americans who are descendants of persons enslaved in the United States. Task Force or Reparations Task Force. The purpose of the task force is to one, study and develop reparation proposals for African Americans, two, to recommend appropriate ways to educate. Oh man, I don't like this. Oh, I don't like these words, man. But okay, let's get back to let me not be emotional about this, guys. So number two, to recommend appropriate ways to educate the California public of task force findings. And three, to recommend appropriate remedies in consideration of the task force findings. So it's a lot of study. This is the type of stuff that kind of makes me mad, man, because listen, when it's time for everybody else to get what they need to get and to get tangibles, you don't need to study. Nobody else studies. You see what I'm saying? Shout out to the Asian community, guys. But you got to understand, man, when the Asian community, right? When the Asian community, they just got donated some money. When they get donated some money, that money is not to do some research and education. No, that money is paid out, put in them people's hands, and you can do whatever you want with that money. But it seems like when we start talking about reparations for Americans descendants of slavery, or for Africans all over the world, when we start speaking about reparations, there's always some education type shit, and maybe we should just talk about it, and then maybe we should have maybe we should have a meeting to have another meeting to see what we say, and then now we're going to keep having meetings, and then at the end of the day we're going to take the government back everything that we figured out in these meetings. And I don't know, man. It seems like California Assembly Bill 3121 is to pacify people, right? To when I hear the purpose of this task force is to start studying and doing shit like that, those are words I don't like. Now I do like, if the goal of the task force is to study and develop reparation proposals, cool, right? Because you have to have a proposal. Like I said, when you are playing with the American government, you're gonna have to have your paperwork right. So I am all about that. I am all about that, right? I'm all about the paperwork. So I give you that, right? I give you that. Let's get to the members, right? So by statute, the task force consists of 9 members. 5 members are appointed by the governor. 2 members are appointed by the president pro tempore of the Senate, and 2 members by the Speaker of Assembly. Task force members are drawn from diverse backgrounds to represent the interests of communities of color. I don't like that communities of color talk. Interests of communities of colors throughout the state. They have experience working to implement racial justice reform and, to the extent possible, represent geography diverse areas of the state. So all these people are from California. Cool. All right, cool. I'll drop this web address if you guys want to do some more and learn a little bit more about this task force. Let's get it. Let me drop this right here for y'all, and then hey, we'll get to it. We'll get to the meeting. So a quick reset. Like I said, the California Reparations Task Force had a celebration slash meeting today. You know, it's Black History Month, and so they had a celebration speaking about, a lot of the ancestors and some of the ancestors that was fighting for reparations, and some of the past, present, and future reparations movements. And that was dope. But like I said, it's dope. The dope part I like was when they was taking calls from the public, and I definitely want to shout them out for doing that, because they easily could have just had a meeting and shut the door to the public. So I appreciate that. I really appreciate that. And let me share my screen. But before I share my screen, I just want to let y'all know in the description, because I'm not gonna play this whole thing. This thing is 4 hours, right? But some good tidbits in here. So if you go to the description of my YouTube video, then you'll find a link to this YouTube channel, and you can watch all of their live streams. And you can watch the one from today. Today's is the number 7 live stream. I got that link in the description. So yeah, man, y'all go over there and support. And if you want to learn more about it, check it out, guys. But without further ado, let's get to it. Now, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just put me on the screen, because we don't know. I don't know how funny they are about their content. So we'll just play the audio. I don't really want to get the channel struck by trying to play video and audio. So yeah, let's do it. Let's get it. And don't forget, click that StreamYard link if y'all want to join the panel. And let's go.
So with that, Rini, let's hear from our first speaker of the day.
Good morning, everyone. The first speaker for today is going to be Kathy Masoka. Kathy, you have been unmuted. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, my name is Kathy Masaoka, and I'm a Japanese American, among many other Japanese Americans and other Japanese American organizations nationally who support reparations for African Americans. I testified back in February of 2021 on behalf and in support of HR 40, and was very proud that our community submitted over 300 testimonies in support of that bill. We support reparations for African Americans because it is owed, it is long overdue, and we as Japanese Americans know that it is possible. We fought for Japanese American reparations in in the 1980s and won in 1988 for the incarceration of over 120,000 Japanese Americans during World War II. So we know that it is possible, and we really want to lend that inspiration to the movement today. We follow the lead of Black organizations and leaders. We know that it is up to the community to determine what kind of reparations they want. And we are committed to learning and relearning all that we can from reparations today and from reparations in the past. We do know that we owe a lot to the Black leaders for civil rights, for leading us, inspiring us, for supporting us for our redress. And we do believe that even though the context and history are different, and we can learn some things from redress from Japanese Americans, we have to remember that it may be different. And that some things, though, are the grassroots nature was really critical in winning redress and bringing the voices of so many to the forefront, hearing and learning their history and their stories, the education that it brought to the country, and the solidarity that we can build and built then and we can build now for reparations. And I think that's what we have to offer, and we hope that we can continue to support and build as Japanese Americans. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, what are we saying? That's the Japanese. The lady says she's a Japanese American, and she is fully in support of African Americans getting reparations. What are we saying, guys? Is this an ally? Is the Japanese people a viable ally for us? You know what I mean? I'm gonna tell you another thing. I like what she said right there, right? So another thing she said right there is that it's stuff that you can learn from the African American reparations movement, and that's something I try to tell my brothers and sisters when I speak specifically about ADOS, right? American Descendants of Slavery. When I said, listen, guys, the world can watch this fight and watch how we deal and watch how we go about our way of getting reparations, and you can learn. You can learn from that. So shout out to her. Good shit, good shit, good shit. So yeah, the Japanese American sister said, hey, she is fully on board with American Descendants of Slavery getting their reparations, man. So salute to her. Well, let's keep it moving.
Ms. Masoka. Thanks for your comments this morning. Trini, our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is going to be Sharice. Sharice, you've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes to speak.
Good morning. My name is Sharice Cryer. I'm a second generation Angelino and direct descendant of slavery on both sides of my family. I want to thank Professor Chemerinsky for being an amazing common law lecturer. I took Barbary in the summer of 2006 and had a better understanding of the law after the lectures. I would like to offer a suggestion to the Commission and DOJ to please really listen to the public comments, requests, suggestions, emails, etc. There's some good information being given. Also, we're about 6 months in with the commission and just now dealing with the class of eligibility, and there's been no discussion of potential legal implications. The DOJ has all the resources available to examine both sides of the coin and different arguments and legal challenges, and I encourage you to do that as soon as possible. Also, back in July.
I'm gonna stop it right there. That was well said by the sister. I love the way she articulated herself, right? And she is pretty much saying, hey guys, you guys are dragging your feet. And if it's not you guys, it's the people that you are reporting to, right? So it's the Department of Justice that you are reporting to, and they are dragging their feet. And this is what I'm saying. In the fight for reparations, you're going to have to be persistent. You're going to have to be relentless. If not, they're just going to keep giving you the runaround. We all know what the runaround is. It's when they say, hey, well, this person that you want to speak to is not available today. Maybe they're on vacation. You have to call back. And then when you finally get that person, they're like, well, I am not the one you should be talking to. You may want to speak with somebody else. And then when you speak to that other person, they say, well, you must be mistaken. I'm not the one you're supposed to speak to. You want to speak to this person. And then it's just dragging your feet. You know what I mean? So what this sister is saying, and she's saying it way better than I would have said it. But in a sense, she's saying, okay, Department of Justice, well, you guys have put together this task force so we can study and really speak about reparations. But then you're not even giving us anything back. You understand what I'm saying? You're not even giving us any input. When we have these meetings and these discussions and we come to you with the layout, then you're not giving us any feedback. It's pretty much a pat on the head and look at the niggas trying to do something now. Go home. Now go home, little nigga. You see what I'm saying? So I love the way this sister is speaking. I'm gonna rewind it a little bit, but this sister right here is talking that shit, man. Here we go.
To examine both sides of the coin and different arguments and legal challenges. And I encourage you to do that as soon as possible. Also, back in July, I emailed the DOJ and task force to ask that you focus solely on the descendants of American slavery, policy change, and cash reparations. Please revisit the email. I also ask that you investigate something called a reparations superfund. This concept is mentioned in From Here to Equality. There is also a standalone article on the web about it. California cannot accomplish successful reparations program on our own. Finally, I just want to thank members Tamaki and Scott Lewis for being true allies. Your contributions have not gone unnoticed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cryer.
That sister killed it. Now, one of the things that people won't like that the sister said is cash payments. Cash payments has always been, I guess, one of the disagreement points, right? Is do we want cash payments? My opinion, I am fully on board with cash payments. Yes, cash payments, cash payment. Nobody else gets asked, what are you? Because some people will say, well, if they just give every American descendant of slavery cash, they're just gonna just spend it and blow it. And but the thing is, let the people blow their money if that's what they're gonna do. You can't tell me we got all these millions of black people here, millions of black Americans inside of America, and we're just gonna blow the money. You understand what I'm saying? So if blowing the money is part of it, it's no way to stop that. Some people work, get their paychecks, come home, blow their money. Some people get government checks, blow their money. Everybody just got stimulus checks. Some people blew their money, but that is not the majority of people. So don't let cash payments be one of the things that really makes people put a side eye to the reparations argument. Because if you don't watch out, that's what people will do. See, people will start hitting you with the, yeah, we need education, and yeah, we just need health care and hospitals and schools, and we need all of that. We need all of that. But you cut the check, people are going to build schools. People are going to get together, pool their resources, build hospitals. You know what I'm saying? All of that. Pay that debt, and then and let the people figure it out. You know what it sounds like to me? It's saying, when I say I think the black community should police themselves. And the first thing people will say, what, take the cops out? Man, if you take the cops out the community, black people just gonna kill each other, and kill each other to the point they become extinct. And I say, okay, let's see. Like, if that's what people really think is gonna happen, just let it happen. You know what I'm saying? Remove the cops, let niggas kill themselves until we just don't exist no more. I don't think that's gonna happen, but what? Good. That was good shit by the sister. The sister also said, specifically, she didn't water it down. She said who she thinks reparations should specifically go to. But let's play some more.
Rini, our next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Roger Wareham. You've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Roger Wareham. I am a human rights attorney, and a member of the December 12th movement, which is a US-based non-governmental organization in consultative status with the United Nations, which focuses on protecting the human rights of people of African descent. We have been actively involved in the struggle for reparations for over 30 years. We were instrumental in the calling and organizing for the UN World Conference Against Racism held in Durban, South Africa in 2001. With the National Black United Front, we took over 400 people to lobby for what became the Durban Declaration and Program of Action, which historically recognized the transatlantic slave trade as a crime against, and slavery as crimes against humanity, that reparations were due to the descendants of the victims, and the economic basis of racism. We and NBUF also called for and organized the first national reparations rally, Millions for Reparations in Washington in 2002. And I am one of the lead attorneys in the lawsuits initiated by Deidre Farmer-Pellman, who's going to be on one of your panels later. I also presented at the CARICOM initial meeting on reparations due to the Caribbean. We have always, the December 12th one, has always viewed reparations very simply as a collective repair for a collective injury suffered by Africans in the US. We view healthcare as one of the key issues affecting all people of African descent, or as Dr. Uche Blackstock stated in a seminar, living in this country has essentially made Black Americans sick. Since President Biden's election and his pledge to have Black people's backs, we've been waging a campaign to have him issue an executive order on reparations, including a $50 billion down payment towards provision of state-of-the-art healthcare facilities in Black communities across the country. As I said, collective repair for a collective injury, and we think that that attitude or that perspective should be taken into account in terms of your deliberations, in terms of how California is going to address this issue. As the slogan we coined back in the 1990s was, they stole us, they sold us, they owe us reparations now. Thank you for the opportunity to address you.
Thank you.
Well said, brother. Well said. Well said, man. Well said. And I think that brother right there was speaking more of a global reparations movement, which I won't fully say I disagree with that. What I'm mainly saying is when it comes to the American government, then I say when it comes to the American government, ours need to be more precise. And I'll say that. It needs to be just a little bit more precise. Let's go, though.
Mr. Warren, for your relevant comments this morning. Next speaker, Trini.
The next speaker is Joyce King. You've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
Yes, I'm Dr. Joyce King. I hold the Benjamin Mays Endowed Chair for Urban Teaching, Learning, and Leadership at Georgia State University in Atlanta. I'm a native Californian, descendant of enslaved Africans. My family came from Oklahoma and Louisiana in the 1930s. I have been raised in California. I was director of teacher education at Santa Clara University for 12 years. I'm a graduate of Stanford University, and I'm here to emphasize the point that reparations is more than a check. I want to commend the California Reparations Initiative. I served on the National African American Reparations Commission for a number of years, and I'd like to encourage you to look at the platform of NARC, which includes an education provision. I think repair includes education, not just for African Americans, but for everyone in America. We are currently experiencing an onslaught of legislation, turning back the clock, preventing teachers and professors from teaching the truth about American and world history. And reparations in California will be able to shine a light on possibilities for repair through rewriting knowledge. And I really hope that you will give deep attention to opportunities to repair education in the process of conducting reparations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. King. Trini, our next speaker.
Next speaker is Bryant Bowling. You've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes. Mr. Bowling?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You're a little low, but we can hear you.
Okay, my name is Brian Bowling, and I'm a member of the West Coast and Cobra organization here in Oakland, California. I'm a retired social worker. My wife is a retired nurse. Our goal is to repatriate to Africa, particularly to Ghana, and reparations will assist us in our goal to repatriate. And we advocate also for dual citizenship, for us to have citizenship here in America as well as in a country in Africa. And I would like one of the panelists or someone in the panelists to address that issue, dual citizenship with reparations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bowling. Trini, next speaker.
The next speaker is Robert Kalen Reed.
I'm gonna come back to that, guys. I'm gonna come back to that. I'm gonna come back to that. Yeah. I'm gonna come back to that. I'm gonna come back to that because if you notice, the person before he spoke was from NARC, which is a reparations committee, but that's more of all enslaved Africans all over the world. And that brother right there said he represents NCOBRA, which is another all-inclusive reparations movement. So we'll come back to that. We'll come back to that. Don't let me forget to come back to that. That's gonna need a little turned up born for that. So I'll come back to that. I'll come back. And I'm probably gonna replay a few of these guys. So bear with me. But I am going to replay a couple of those. I want to come back to probably the last two that I just heard. And Dalton, I'm gonna let you live, Dalton, but I can't see any of your comments, man. I don't know if I blocked you, and I don't block people, so I don't know why that's weird. But I can't see people responding to Dalton in the chat, and I can't see Dalton's. I can't see his fucking comments. That makes me mad because I don't know what he's saying. I'm gonna let you live, Dalton, but I'm gonna be honest, Dalton. When I get tired of it, I'm probably gonna eventually just find a way to just block you from the chat. But you can live today. You can live today. You can live. You can live today. Born's in a good mood. Born is in a good mood. Let me start reading some of these comments because Lady Space said, but that's not reparation. Everyone gets education. And that's what I was speaking about earlier, Lady Spade. You see what I'm saying? When it comes to black people and their fight for reparations, then people start speaking about different shit. It's all diversion and deflection. It's like, well, we can't really just give you cash payments, right? You know what I mean? We can't just give you cash payments. You know why we can't give you guys cash payments? It's because we think you need education. We think you need education, and we think you need health care and stuff like that. And I agree, we need all of that. But we also need the cash payments. Cut the fucking check, man. Let's go.
You've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Continue.
All right. Since the beginning of Gavin Newsom calling to order the AB 3121 Commission, the majority of consistent attendees have made it clear that the reparations project should be lineage-based. This position is not based in xenophobia or anti-immigration, black, white, or otherwise, or ignorance that slavery or colonialism occurred in other parts of the world. It is rooted in the understanding that the group who experienced the accumulated harm of slavery, Reconstruction, Black codes and Jim Crow, U.S. terrorism, peonage farming, mass incarceration and convict leasing, excommunication from U.S. markets, banks and credit system, non-allowance of the GI Bill and VA loan, discriminatory zoning and steering practices, and all the accrued disadvantages since the signing of the emancipation should be the ones who inherit the repair. The slavery that a Jamaican descended person experienced in Jamaica is irrelevant to the justice claim Black Americans are fighting for in this country. We understand there are multiple countries who have valid justice claims that they could and should fight for, and Black Americans, American Negroes, American descendants of slavery, or sons and daughters of freedmen stand strongly in support of them, building those claims. But therein lies the issue. These people have to do the work. It is unfathomable to think that someone who got to America in the 80s, 90s, or yesterday should be able to hijack Black American history for gains meant to repair a harm they are not connected to. It is also outrageous to think that Black Americans must be attack dogs, pit bulls, or mules for the justice claims of other groups. Black America is not interested in the NARC and in COBRA Pan-African understanding that all Black is flat Black. Thus, Black Americans have to be the tip of the spear for everyone's fight while sacrificing their own. Speaking of NARC and in COBRA, there are many reparationist groups that have done the grassroots work to build momentum. Yvette Carnell and Antonio Moore from ADOS, Friday Jones and Chad Brown from NAASD, and Logic Supreme, Ali Bey and Naheem from Be the Power. They differ in many ways, but they all agree that this process needs to be as open and transparent as possible. This is the exact opposite of NARC and COBRA. They have purposely kicked advocacy groups out of meeting spaces so their ideas aren't challenged. They have been part of writing questionable bills that sits members of their organization on long-standing committees with no real reward for the people. And they have weaponized long-standing relationships with members of legacy Black organizations or government to sabotage their reparationist peer groups. Black America is not interested in these subversive tactics that pulls the power out of the hands of the people and centralizes it into a group who gets mad when they're questioned. If this committee was convened to do the will of the people, then the people say this process should be transparent and lineage-based. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kalin, for your comments this morning.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Shout out to that brother. That brother said a lot right there. That's how Lady Spade would have spoke if she would have called in today. Oh man. I don't know, man. What my I don't know, Jamaican family. Brother said, hey, you guys gotta fight. You gotta fight, your own fight. That brother sound like he wants it specifically for American descendants of slavery. And shout out to you, brother Ayo. And yeah, Dalton, I can see you now. I can see you now. Yeah, you're right, brother. You're right, brother. Cut the check. Cut the check, Sam. Uncle Sam, cut the check, man. You goddamn right, cut the check, man. Cut the check, man. But yeah, man, that brother, that's another one I may have to come back to, man. He did it. He did it. He did it. African God said he has no content. I know, man. You know how these people get. You know how these people get African goddess. When Black people are building, you're gonna have one person who comes in the chat to divert the conversation or just hate. But the thing about Dalton is Dalton doesn't have any say in what happens when it comes to reparations for Black people in America. He doesn't. He can type on YouTube until his fingers, until he gets arthritis in his fingers, and he still can't stop us from fighting this good fight. So we'll let Dalton live, man. Let Dalton live in the chat today, man. If he do too much, I trust the mods. So if y'all time them out, then that's on y'all. I trust the mods. So But oh man, that brother spoke. I'll come back to that. Play that one again. That's gonna need turned up born. I just want to try to get through some of these because some of these I haven't heard. So if I'm honest, I'm listening. I already had heard that one, but it's some of these callers that I haven't heard. So I want to hear all the callers, and then we'll go back. I'm getting my little timestamps. Lined up. So when turned up born come back, we're gonna really get into it. And when I get some panelists, man, once again, y'all, here we go. Once again, if you're available to jump on the panel, y'all pull up, pull up, pull up. We get some panelists on here, man. Open panel tonight. Y'all click that link. But let me play another one. Yeah, I don't even know what this means, G. I want you to get reparations, but not everyone can be a slave, G. I don't even know what that means, but we're not worried about slave. You feel me? And I keep saying this, guys. Don't let people shame you into saying slave and slavery and what was the other one I said the other day? Slave babies. And you're just a victim. Don't let nobody shame you. Don't let nobody shame you, man. You come from a beautiful people. Your ancestors were beautiful. Not only beautiful, they were fighters. They were warriors. They were resilient. It was riders. So yeah. Slave was just one title. You understand what I'm saying? That's just like when people say, well, born rich, you're a criminal. That's cool. I'll take that. I'll take that. But you know what else I am? I'm a father. I'm a man. I'm a warrior. I'm a fighter. I'm more than just, you're more than just a slave. You see what I'm saying? I am more than just a criminal. I am more than just a victim. I'll tell you straight up. I know some of my black people don't like when I say this, but you goddamn right, I'm a victim. I'm a victim of white supremacy. I'm a victim of Jim Crow because I take on my ancestors' pain. I am a victim of white supremacy. I am a victim of Jim Crow. I am a victim of slavery. I am a victim of redlining. I am a victim of the ghetto. I am a victim of low class education. You goddamn right, I'm a victim. I stand firm on it. So we don't care about that. We don't care about that, man. We don't care about them words that people try to say. You know what I'm saying? I own it. I own my shit. That's the difference. That's the difference. So come on, man. Don't let nobody shame you into dissing your ancestors. You feel me? Your ancestors were beautiful people, man. So let's get back to it. Let's get back to it.
Trini, our next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Greg Marcel Dixon. You've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Greg Marcel Dixon. I am a U.S. congressional candidate from South Carolina District 6, and I'm just here to make sure that everyone on the panel understands what reparation is and what reparations is not. Firstly, it's more important to understand what reparations is not. Reparations is not a payment from white Americans to black Americans for the absolute horrors we endured during chattel slavery and then the government sanctioned anti-black terror we went through afterwards via redlining, Jim Crow, racial massacres, lynch mobs, and land theft. It is a payment from the federal government, which perpetuated these things, to freedmen who are of the lineage, referring to people who are descendants of those who were emancipated at the end of the Civil War. It is not something that goes to quote unquote all black people, because when you look at the people who were lynched in those disgusting lynching postcards that were used and here in the United States of America and were often kept as souvenirs, it was not all black people hanging from those trees. It was freemen, those who are descendants of the 4 million people who were enslaved by the American government. It is not something that includes any other group besides people of those lineage. Now, I find it very funny that California is leading the movement pretty much on the reparations mission, something that should have been done in 1865. I was not so familiar with California's history of anti-blackness, but I just assumed it had it because, hey, we're in the United States of America. But I did some research and I found out that before California's admission to the Union in 1850, California actually had slavery. Then I discovered that California was home to several very wealthy freedmen communities. Allenstown, for example, was one of them. And because white Californians hated the fact of black Americans being successful, they cut the water off to Allenstown. They put a railroad track through it and they destroyed that town. Santa Monica, I discovered, was 30% black, and yet some of the wealthiest people in Santa Monica were the black people who made that town successful. And again, the state of California used eminent domain to take properties from a lot of black people, and black businesses, they pass ordinances saying that music cannot be played, alcohol cannot be served. So when I look at the data for California, and I see that even though black people make up only 5% of the population, and of that 5%, maybe 3% are actually black Americans, the people to whom I refer to as freemen, but they make up over 50% of the people living in the streets. I'm not surprised, because what else were they left with? You took everything from them. You took their land. You took their businesses. You took their beachfront property from them. So California has a moral duty, as does the United States of America, to pay
Excuse
freemen.
me, Mr. Marcel Dixon, I'm so sorry to interrupt you in the middle of your sentence, but thank you so much for your comments this morning.
Sheesh, that brother was talking that talk, man. Giving y'all a little history about Cali, man. For real. And I like this because I didn't know that. I didn't know that it was a part of the black, black freedmen community in California. And you know what I'm saying? This is what I'm saying about white supremacy, man. White supremacy doesn't really change. It just kind of evolves. It evolves. So this brother was saying in the 1800s, when you had black freemen, right? Free slaves that had got to California, built their own community. The non-black people in California cut the water off, and not only cut the water off, said, we're going to build a train track right through the middle of your community, right through the middle of it. So you know what that does? That cuts off businesses. It makes transportation difficult. It makes you trying to get from one block to the next block a 20-minute adventure when it used to just literally take 3 to 4 minutes. And that's with railroad tracks, right? And it's not just railroad tracks, because I know that sounds funny. You're like, hey, you can just walk over the railroad. It's not the railroad track. It's the construction. It's the construction. I'm happy that brother said that, right? Because I am very familiar with the Highways and Interstates Act, right? It happened right here in Nashville, Tennessee. You had a black community, thriving black community, grocery stores, businesses, doctors, homes. It was a black, all black community, right? And what they did in the 1950s is they passed the Highways and Interstates Act, right? And you know what they did right here in Nashville? And I also heard they did it in California too. But they just built the highway. And it's not the fact of building the highway, the construction to build this highway that ran straight through the heart of the black community. That shit, the guy that I was speaking with, he said that shit took like 8-9 years. The construction of that highway took 8-9 years. So like I was saying earlier, just to get to the next block, which would normally take 4 minutes, now it takes 20 minutes. Just because the simple fact of construction. And that's what I'm saying. So white supremacy is always going to be white supremacy. It just evolves a little bit, mutates, it moves on to the next stage. So at first it was first it was railroads. Then they changed that and said, okay, almost 100 years later, we'll do the same thing, but we'll do it with highways now. That's crazy, man. Shout out to that brother right there. That was some good knowledge. That's some shit I'm gonna go look up when I get off of here. That was dope. That's dope. Let's get back. Let's see what Lady Spade said. I heard that our people were pulled out of their homes and burned alive for land. Absolutely, sis. Absolutely. Anything. It was like the Wild Wild West. What could you do? You know, we've heard stories about the angry mobs. When that angry mob coming to get you, back in them days, that angry mob was just gonna come and get you. It was strength in numbers back in them days. Yes, as get it. Yes, Lady Spade. Even South Africa and American and anywhere black people was. Yep. I believe that. I believe that. You didn't have any rights. You didn't have any rights. You know what I mean? So yeah, if they wanted your land, they just come take your land. You know what I'm saying? These are the original colonizers we're speaking about, right? Yeah. Oh, I do. You're right. You're right. You have to tune into the Aboriginal communities. You'll get more information like what he was talking about. Yeah. Yep. I've heard some horrific stories coming from the Aboriginal communities. Yeah, I've heard some of their stories. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. All right, let me get back to it though, guys. Thank y'all. Let's take the time to hit that like button if you haven't already hit it, man. Take your time and hit that like button, guys. Let's get back to it.
Trini, our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Tracy C. You've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Tracy Cooper. I'm from Alameda County, Oakland, California. I was born in the early 60s, and I want to speak on who would be entitled to reparations. I believe that the reparations payment should be made to foundational Black Americans, that they should be paid to descendants of American slaves whose lineage can be traced to the killing fields of the American South. I myself suffered through forced integration in California through the school busing program, and the damage was so great that to this day I have not attended one of my high school reunions, which I think I'm coming up on my 45th high school reunion at this point, because my community was forced bused into Woodside, California. There were very few Black students. We were mocked as we were getting off of the school buses. We couldn't stay after school to participate in school sports and so forth, because once those yellow school buses left that high school, left the hill school and went back down to the flatland, we had no other way home. Only very few of us could participate. I believe reparations, the recipients can trace their lineage through the U.S. Census back to 1870. That those entitled would be shown as Negro on census records, on their birth certificates in California, either through the parent or the grandparent. That they have claimed Black all their time in California through school records, immunization cards, etc., and that they can prove California residency through the Department of Motor Vehicles, the voter records, the school records, hospital records prior to December 31st, 2021. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tracy. Trini, our next speaker, please.
The next speaker is John Mudd. You've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. I am calling in because I too have concerns about how far we are in this process, and we're still questioning eligibility. I think that this should have been something that should have been hashed out from the very beginning, and it seems that Shirley Weber was very well, she thought it was very clear as far as what the intention was with this bill, and I think that for the most part, the people who have been calling in, the audience, the people have been very clear about what they want, and I think that Dean Ernst Chemerinsky will also bring some clarity to this matter as far as discussing what would be the best way to construct this legally as far as eligibility is concerned. I think it's clear that we have to base this on lineage, and that is for the people who descend from American chattel slavery. And also, I do agree with Shirley Weber that the free people who may not have been enslaved during the founding of America, but were enslaved earlier and earned their freedom, but were also eligible to be victims of slavery because they could have been captured at any time. Those people should also be included. But other than that, I don't know why this is such a hard thing for everyone to understand. It should be very clear that there has been a group who from the very founding of this country has been terrorized and disenfranchised, and it is our time to be repaired. And I think California is leading the charge, and hopefully it can influence the rest of the country and we could get something done federally. But those are my thoughts. Thank you for my time.
Thank
Sheesh, well said. And this is what I was speaking about. What's going on, Black Peace? You there, brother?
What up, G? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear. Well, you got the good microphone today.
Yeah, nigga, I wasn't playing.
He got the good microphone. But this is what I'm saying, and that brother is saying the same thing, that we are dragging our feet. We are dragging our feet when it comes to this issue. We are still arguing about who is eligible for reparations. That's why
Exactly.
that's why we
And
say
they know. And they know too. They ain't confused about who eligible. They trying to play us like they don't know.
yeah.
They know though.
Exactly. So that's pretty much what the government is saying. Hey, Black people, you guys go out and argue with other Black people and then come back to us and let us know how that went. You see what I'm saying? That's pretty much what they're saying. Who is eligible? Let me ask you, Black Peace, what do you think should come first when we're speaking about reparations? Is it about who is eligible or what should they get?
I think all that should be in one category. Like it shouldn't
Yeah.
even be separated, but it need to be right up front, because once you start putting it in two different ones, they get the water and the shit down. You can't play with these folks because they'll play with you too. So you gotta go on here and just go straight with you gotta go straight for the neck, as they say. You gotta go straight for the neck, because
For real.
they'll get the plan,
Yeah, I already know. In the task force, I'm not shitting on the task force because I don't know who these people are on the task force, but I did notice that they was like, yeah, let's let the politicians put the task force together.
Yeah, we know in California, as far as representation goes, Black people, if you do have a Black politician, it ain't worth a quarter, and then the
Yeah.
white ones damn sure ain't gonna do. So it's
Yeah.
like a lose out there. Think about it. Maxine, bless her heart, the motherfucker ain't done nothing in years. You know what I mean? Since the early 90s, man. She ain't talking about nothing.
Yeah.
She need to retire, goddamn it. Really.
Yeah, shout out to Maxine. Yeah,
She
probably
need to take
time to hang
her.
it up, Auntie. It's probably time to hang it up, Auntie. You know what I mean?
She about 20 years overdue, really. But yeah.
Auntie might gotta hang it up, man. Yeah,
I ain't seen her lately though.
Me neither.
She must be the same place Kamala Harris at.
They on vacation.
Yeah.
Yeah, they on vacation right now.
They using their PTO time right now.
Yeah, it ain't election season. it ain't election season yet, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it is actually, because they voting in November. You
Yes,
notice the mask.
yes,
You notice the mask coming down there. You notice that, don't you?
The what mask?
The mask shit coming down now. You notice that they starting to talk about it's not the transmission rate is down and all this old shit out of nowhere.
Yeah.
A month and a half ago, they said we had spikes and all this other shit, but now it's going down because they're about to vote, so they know what's happening.
Yeah. We gotta get y'all. We gotta get y'all in them voting polls, man. We can't. It can't be no pandemic when we trying to get y'all to vote. We gotta get you out there to vote, man. Well said, man. I'm liking these calls though, man. These calls are fire, man. People are fed up. Auntie Maxine hiding from the Proud Boys. Hey, but I heard the riders rolled up though, ladies, Spade. I heard the Proud Boys thought they was gonna fuck with Auntie Maxine, but you know what I mean? Them LA guys said, nah, y'all ain't finna fuck with Auntie.
Yeah, they got their ass handed to them when they came back. They can't, you know what I mean? It's,
You know how we ride for, that's real. That's every Black family. You know how we ride for Auntie, man. You know what I mean?
And that's gangland right there. You can't come out there
Look.
playing.
Hey, Black P, Auntie boyfriend done put his hands on Auntie. You get that call. We finna come put them hands on him.
Yeah, we ain't even gotta respond. We just gonna pull up.
Yeah, that's it. That's
Ain't
what
nothing
I'm
to talk
saying.
about.
Yeah,
Yeah,
ain't
just
nothing to
pull
talk
up.
about. Oh, auntie, he put his hands on you? Okay, cool.
Yeah,
All
we
right,
gonna
cool.
yeah,
That's cool, yeah.
we're gonna show him.
We calling 3, 4, 5 cousins, and you know how we pulling up. You don't touch
Yeah.
auntie, man. Yeah, lady spade. Them boys weren't going, yeah, well, not finna let them damn racists put their hands on Auntie Maxine, man.
Nah, hell no. We
But
couldn't
when it
stand
come
him.
to Auntie Maxine politics, it's probably time for, she did her thing. I mean, we give her flowers. Auntie, she can go on and sit down there, though. You
Yeah,
feel me?
she need to. She need to
I
go
even
on
heard,
retire.
I even heard a comment that said, like, ADS is never gonna be respected. They're never going to be like the NAACP or them other old groups. And that lets me know that people who make those comments ain't in America. For real. Because the shout out to the NAACP and what they did and what they still do. But it's time for them to hang it up, man. It's
Man,
time
them
for it's time for some new blood, some new energy, man. You
I don't
feel me?
even count. I don't even count them, man, because they ain't never really technically been no black group. Technically speaking, they had black face, but they ain't no. They ain't never really just been no black group. They ain't never really funded themselves. They ain't really never put no black initiatives on the table. They always put. Multicultural type positions out there. They ain't never just stood and said black. And unless they were trying to get emotional reaction out of black people to go vote. Other than that, they don't mention black.
Yeah.
And then they
Shout
always
out to him though. Shout out. I don't really want to go too hard on him because I did, had a little relationship. But when I was
that's yeah, that's a local.
a little
Yeah.
younger and a little naive, they asked for some support. I went down there and supported them. But even if I think about that situation, that's because a black man got killed from the cops, and they
Yeah.
wanted some local people to speak up about it. You know what I mean? So yeah, I ended up getting invited down there, and I went and chopped it up. But I was just looking around. Yes, it's a lot of old people. I hate to say it like that, but yes, just a lot of old people who probably wouldn't understand what I was talking about if I sit down and had a conversation with them.
Yeah, that's the two things you're gonna see. You're gonna see either old people or you're gonna see white people
Yeah,
at these black groups.
yeah.
That's the two mixture. You don't really see the younger black people in there. They don't fuck around like that. Because most younger people done found out. They know what it is.
So yeah, man. These old, sometimes hey, you did good, you did your job. Now you can retire, man. You 70, 80 years old. Go sit down somewhere, man. I hate to say it like that, but go sit down, man. You lived a wonderful life. Still finish the rest of your life retired. You ain't gotta wake up and still you can still be a part of the organization and stay at home.
Yeah,
You
tell them stay home and be quiet at that. Yeah, don't stay home and be quiet. We don't need you speaking up on nothing. Just go on home and
Enjoy
yeah.
them grandbabies. Enjoy them great grandbabies, man. Enjoy your family, man. You've been putting in work for 60 years. Go home and sit down now, man. We need some new blood in these organizations. And that's why I just thought that was a crazy comment for somebody to say, well, ADOS is it's a brand new organization. They'll never be respected like the NAACP. The
Man,
NAACP. What?
yeah. If he called him respected, then what he called disrespected? Fuck he
But
talking about? Whoever said that was an
that comment
ignorant.
came from a person who was not in America, so
Oh, they don't know no better, man. They need to worry. I heard the Queen died the other day. They need to worry about that. If they where they came from.
yeah,
Yeah, I thought so.
yeah.
Yeah, they need to worry about how they gonna have that homegoing celebration over there. That's what they need to worry about.
Nah, they finna cry. Some people gonna be crying over there.
Yeah, them niggas gonna be over there crying too. You'll see them on TV.
You better not. You better not.
Yeah, you'll
I'm
see.
telling about UK family. Hey man, I see a black person over there crying. Y'all know, I'm gonna go hard on y'all, man. If I see a black person over there crying, because
They
the
better
queen.
not, man. I'm gonna show a screenshot. It better not be nobody come on this motherfucker.
Are we going live? We going live. If anybody cry, anybody black over there cry, we gonna do a show on that, man. Oh man, Black P. Shout out, God to Jacob. What's up, brother?
Yeah, what's up, man? Figure I slide through, like I said, for a little bit. What's good
Nah, I
with your Black
appreciate
P?
that.
What up, G? You all right?
I
Yeah, man, we
appreciate
doing it.
that, man. What I was gonna say, God to Jacob, is because maybe you're a little bit more familiar with the California reparations task. Just give the people a little quick whatever you know about them.
Oh man, yeah, you got an AB 3121 Assembly Bill. That's what they call it on the state side. Basically, it did what HR 40 couldn't do. Pretty much get it passed to just study it. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And if you notice, you're right. You still got all these legacy organizations that's still trying to flatten blackness, right?
Yeah.
Inside that task force, i.e., trying to make it about every other group except Black Americans, right?
Yeah.
And you have some of the same people that started off with ADOS, you know what I'm saying, who kind of branched off and did their own thing. But they are on these calls and everything and breaking shit down
Yeah.
and trying not to let us fall for the okie doke where, we all get like the South. The South is our Africa. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
In all intents and purposes, that is our motherland, right?
Yeah.
And we all got people who came through that system, whether it been Jim Crow, slavery, redlining, and everything. So somebody coming over here past 70, 65, you know what I'm saying? They have no entitlement to it. But you have these liberals, these black liberals and Pan-African trying to write in blackness. I'm talking about a global black agenda, right?
Yeah.
And when that happens, guess who get left with the crumbs? That is the Black Americans, us, the descendants, whose people
Yes.
that went through that shit, and they want to parse it up. But it's just a
And that's,
study.
and that's why I'm liking the energy of these callers, right, Dr. Jacob, because I'm listening to people who coming on and say, yeah, I'm a lawyer, I'm a teacher, I'm a professor, and they can really articulate what I'm trying to say a lot better than I can say it. You know what I mean? So I'm really liking a lot of these callers. Hey, Dr. Jacob, let me know when you only got like 5. You did you watch this? This show I'm showing?
Bits and pieces. You talking about your show?
Yeah, I'm even on my show. Or did you watch this live, or have you heard this content that I'm playing?
I haven't. I've been listening in the background, but I was doing something else, so I
Now
was
you good,
catching you.
you
But
good, bro. That's what I
yeah.
said. Let me know when you only got like 5 minutes, because there's a couple previous callers I want to play. They might even repeat it. If they repeat it, then I'll just get your input.
Oh, do your thing. Do your thing.
All right, I got you. Let's get back to it, man. Let's play some more of these callers, man. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button. Let me reset it, guys. So what we're doing now is, like I said, the California Reparations Task Force. They had a celebration / meeting today, and they just spoke about reparations. They spoke about historical American figures that fought for reparations, some of the past reparation movements, some of the present reparation movements, and some of the future reparations movements. So right now they're taking callers, suggestions and comments from the public. And this is what we're playing right now, that part of it. Let's go.
Thank you, Mr. Mudd. Trini, do we have anyone else?
Yes, the next speaker is Brooke Sinclair Duke. You've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes to speak.
Hello, thank you. I'm specifically here testifying to make sure that we have exclusionary in whatever sort of eligibility criteria for reparations. No other group on this planet has ever had something as detrimental as a one-drop policy. Drop rule is still on the books for Black Americans. So because we are this discussion about reparations, everybody and their mama are suddenly claiming to be Black, suddenly claiming to be Black Americans, suddenly white people, white people, Africans, Latinos, everybody in their, everybody's got a cup, but they haven't chipped in. Quite frankly, I come together to create a draft, an exclusionary clause to this that it lets people know that it is not based upon their just the lineage. It is, yes, the lineage first and foremost, also based upon the atrocities within that lineage. I am from a background of engineers. My family was lucky enough to pass for white rights, and they were able to use that ability to pass to buy land. Bought the land, the KKK would remove them in the middle of the night, the nearby state, cross the border lines, and then make them walk back. And that is a story that is not present in the Japanese. It is not present to or any other group who is currently receiving reparations from us, such as the $235 million that the Biden administration has recently given to Palestinians, and within the last year, the Biden administration has $56 million to Asian and Pacific Islanders and 1.2 to the tribal nations. There's no reason for us to be constantly scrambling, and that is our right when we have American terrorists that are us and keeping us from our right to prosperity and freedom. And so, yes, I do plan to submit the draft of the exclusionary policy called the anti-one drop rule, and is specifically made to keep people out. And thank you.
That sister came through. She said she wants a clause in that it excludes the one drop rule.
Hey, I'm with it. I'm with it because you're gonna have all these fat out of black people, who come around now that reparations is kind of mainstream, if you will.
Yeah.
And they want some of the thing, but it's necessary. This thing is about politics. Like I always say, politics is gangster shit. And if you ain't ready to get down and dirty with it, then get out the way, because a lot of people gonna shame you. Oh, like we hear it all the time. Oh, how can you be attached to America or want to associate under America? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, politically, your ass better say you're American. You get what I'm saying? For this reparations, because there's a lot of people who shame you for saying, yeah, this is my flag, but it's a lot of goddamn foreign airports filled with foreigners trying to get to this place. You get what I'm saying? So we have to the reparations start with identity. You get what I'm saying?
Yes,
And
that's right.
and it starts with identity. There's a group, right? Because if you operate under blackness, you get a nigga coming off the boat tomorrow talking about give me reparations. You get what I'm saying? So identity is key. Identity is key.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because a lot of people, it was a brother who came on and said they are disappointed with this task force because we are so many months into this task force and into these discussions, and we still haven't figured out who's eligible. No, it's been a lot of people dragging their feet, and everybody is trying to tell them we know who's eligible. This is how you tell who's eligible. Go with the lineage. Go, have you been identifying this? Did your people come from these atrocities? I like you brought that up, God Jacob, but not a lot of people have been bringing that up. They're saying slavery, Jim Crow, redlining, all of that. They're bringing up all of the injustices that America has done to American descendants of slavery and American slaves. You know what I'm saying? So
Right. And it's so critical, Born, that we have to identify the group, because if you operate under a flat blackness, the reparation bill is dead in the water, because America they don't have to pay the whole black world, right?
yeah,
So when you got these old ass niggas talking about in Cobra and all this shit, they are agents of chaos, right? If they can't have none, can't nobody get it. You get what I'm saying? That's how they feel about it.
yes, 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 yes. Like I said, let me know when you got 5 minutes. I got it, bro. I'm happy you said in Cobra. It's a representative from in Cobra that speaks on here, and I want you to hear his plan. His
Them
plan is
niggas is garbage.
his plan. His plan. I already know what y'all gonna say about his plan. But I let it rock. I didn't even comment because I want to comment on that one later on. That's gonna need turned up born right there, because I don't know what that brother was talking about, but all right, let's play some more.
Thank you, Ms. Sinclair Brooks, for your comments this morning. Trini, our next speaker.
The next speaker is Brooke Sinclair.
He just spoke.
No, Stan Jackson, sorry. Stan Jackson, you've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
That's a real American, a real Black American name right there.
Yeah,
Sam
that nigga all. Yeah, that nigga sound like he just shot a nigga. You know what I'm saying?
We all know a Sam Jackson. What you talking about, man? Sam Jackson, boy. That's for real. Oh man, let's listen to old Sam though.
Minutes.
Good morning, members of the Reparations Task Force. My name is Stan Jackson, and I am the legislative chair for the California Association of Real Estate Brokers, and that is the organization that was created in 1955 to fight for and advocate democracy in housing. We are a member of the National Association of Real Estate Brokers, and the local chapter is the Consolidated Board of Realtists, which is our trade name. I'd like to thank Mr. Reginald Jones Sawyer for participating in our event this year, and I also like to thank member Monica Stepp for participating at the conference in San Diego last year. As a first VP of KRAB, California Association of Real Estate Brokers, I am also the legislative chair, and I'd like to invite members of the task force to participate in our virtual town hall on 3/24/2022 to continue the discussion on reparations. Any conversation about reparations must include a real estate component similar to the Evanston's reparations project. And this project is a down payment assistance program, but also we may want to work with the return of properties to the descendants of actual slave descendants in the that suffered the humble institution of American slavery. The 40 acres and a mule we never received, and we definitely need to follow back up on trying to get those 40 acres. And as Reginald Jones Sawyer said, you can keep the mule, but we definitely need the acres. And with that being said, I'd like to thank each and every one of you. And I would love for you guys to come out to our virtual town hall and share any other information to our members, because we are a movement and we are here supporting the reparations for Black Americans in the United States, the descendants of slavery. Thank you very much.
I love that. I love that, right? So y'all know I was speaking earlier when people were saying, hey, don't really, even though this brother was saying, hey, he wants to put real estate and get some of that land back. Cool. Get a brother that, right? But listen, the people who say if you give Black Americans cash payment, they're just gonna blow it and gonna go and smoke crack and do whatever. No, we got brothers like that that's ready. He's in the field of selling property and selling land. We get our paper, me and God Jacob go half and half, holler at that, brother. And now we got land in Cali.
Let's get it.
Everybody's not going to go smoke crack with this money, man. So, yes, this is the beautiful thing to me about a cash payment. Now, a land allotment, I'll be honest, I'll take a land allotment over a cash payment, but that's probably the only thing I'm taking over a cash payment. I ain't gonna lie. I'm sorry, but we can build our own schools. I don't want the education, healthcare. Man, we can build our own doctors. You feel me? It's powerful. We're not a stupid people. You know what I'm saying? We are very prosperous people. Everybody brags about the spending power we got. So that means we know how to go make a dollar if we know how to spend a dollar. So
exactly, brother. Exactly.
We're not a dumb people. So, like I said, give me little land allotment, because this the third person who's speaking about land, because the other two was just saying, yeah, I got ancestors where y'all just ran up on them, dragged them out the house, beat them down, and took their land. You had freedmen. The brother told the story about the free slaves They built an all-black community in California. That the shit, the white supremacists just turned the water off and then went and beat them up and took the land.
A lot of that shit happened during that time, Rich. A lot of people, they look at us now. They look at us in our current state as twerking and shit like that, and and what's projected and launched around the world. But we are an educated people. You get what I'm saying? They look at these small snippets on YouTube and all this shit and say, look at the Americans. But we are businessmen, and land, I do land. I got my money doing this shit. Some of the richest people, I'm talking about white men and black men who have became somewhat successful was through land ownership, real estate. He understands that. See, money, when it comes to this check shit, that was just an element of reparations, one of many. But people snapped on to that to try to demonize us as black Americans don't know how to handle money. We should help them spend their money. You get what I'm saying? And that's the shit we gotta, kind of push out of our ears, man. You want to stay stupid, you stay latched on to Pan-Africanism, an institution, an ideology that has produced nothing for us, but it produced a lot for the others. And we are other within this black shit. You got to.
Sheesh, got a Jacob dropping gems like
I'm
always.
just trying to told you.
Got a Jacob dropping gems like always, man. Got Jacob should have called. You should have called these people today.
Man, they'd have had me muted.
That's what I told Lady Spade. I can't imagine God and Jacob calling, and then after he hang up, Lady Spade call. Boy, I get in people hell, man.
Shit, I start calling them some all kind of niggas and shit. Nigga bitches and all kind of shit. Old niggas and fellas. Get the fuck up out of here.
That's what me and Black Peace was saying. Black Peace was speaking about the old elders. We respect the elders, but sometimes elders is just time to sit down somewhere, man. Let the young people handle it. We got it. We got it, man.
Damn right.
Yeah. Hey, always remember, everybody that's old ain't an elder.
Yeah,
damn right. I heard
somebody
said that. That was you said that a couple months ago, and I said I'm gonna steal it.
Yeah, them motherfuckers. Just cause they old, that don't mean nothing. They just, some niggas old. They just old. That's it. Nothing else. Nothing else went with it. So you can't. I mean, we know who them type of niggas is. You just mentioned a group of them earlier. I ain't gonna say them no more. You said they cool.
Yeah. I got you right. Let me read this comment. As Getty said, do you think the revolution of black freedom will start from Black America and the rest of the black family will follow? I think so. The whole world already, they fuck with the culture. They like the warrior spirit. It ain't no black person I talk to that don't know Malcolm X. You know what I'm saying? I know some of my brothers and sisters only know him because he was a Muslim, but you know Malcolm X. Nonetheless, you're gonna know Martin Luther King. Even if y'all say those are people that white supremacists pump up, maybe so, but you know about it. So yes, if it was a quote unquote black revolution for freedom, it's probably gonna start in America. I'll tell you this though, if it did start somewhere else, it would inspire black Americans. I will give you that. We are people who just like to see warriors, right?
Right, but Rich, black Americans have always frontline liberation movements. I don't care what you say. They hate when we say this, but everything that pops off is right here in these ghettos of America, Black America. Before internet, before all that shit, we was the ones popping it off, and everybody looked towards us, waiting to see what we was gonna do. Down to the lowest levels of anything, social, anything, whether it's music, anything. Everybody else is waiting for our lead on shit. You get what I'm saying? And most of them come over here to strengthen. When I say strength, I mean in us. They come here to partake in our strength, right? That's why they want you to come back over there and take that same warrior spirit, that same goddamn know-how, because we know how. Let your lights get cut off and you stay somewhere. You'll find a way to get the motherfuckers back on. If you got to run a whole bunch of cords through somebody's hallway, you gonna get them bitches on. We got that know-how, man. And everybody wait to see and wait on us to see what's gonna happen. They cosplayers and then try to say y'all ain't shit. You get what I'm saying? Them days over with.
Sheesh. You heard him. I mean, I agree. I gotta say that. That's what I gotta say. Hey man, I agree. I agree, Dr. Jacob. Ain't nothing, you ain't say nothing wrong right there. Let's play some more.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Trini, next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Tariq Nasheed. You've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
Hold up. I didn't know he was on.
Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can.
Oh.
I did not know this. They let Tyreek go. Oh, stop. I got to listen to this shit.
Hey, I told you. This time I found out. So look, I'm scrolling on my social media. Look, I follow him on social media. So I'm scrolling on my social media, and he had just his little clip. He said, yeah, I called into the California reparations meeting today. So you know me, Dr. Jacob. Now I said, oh, it was a reparations meeting today in California. Let me find where it was at. Let me find. So I found a little social media, and then they said this is the YouTube channel. So I was like, oh, I gotta hear all of this. I gotta hear all of this. But yeah, this Tariq.
Yeah, this shot me. Yeah, I got to. You shot me with this one. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know, right? This is the one. This is really the point I was building up to. But let's go, man. Here's the brother right here.
Tariq Nasheed, you've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
Greetings. How's everybody doing? Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I appreciate everyone for talking about the reparations qualifications. We have to make this very simple. Reparations are exclusively for foundational Black Americans who were enslaved here in America. The reparations claim should go directly to people who are owed the 40 acres and a mule and their descendants. We have to stop muddying the waters when it comes to such a very important claim like this. We should not open the doors to giving reparations to everybody based on mistreatment, as one caller said earlier, because that will muddy the waters and we'll be right back to square one. Foundational Black Americans exclusively should get reparations. It should be in the form of cash payments, and it's not that difficult to find out who is a foundational Black American and who's qualified. If your lineage can be traced back to the 1870 census and your name is Negro on that census, you are a foundational Black American. And as our brother Sandy Darity said, people now who qualify must be classified as Black for at least 10 years. So we don't have a whole bunch of $5 FBAs popping up claiming to be descendants of slaves and foundational Black Americans. We have to make this cash payments. Every other group is getting cash payments. The Democrats just allotted about $10 million to Asian groups a few days ago. They are allotting money to Afghan refugees. They're allotting money to Hispanic refugees. So all of these other groups are getting cash payments. There's no confusion. The confusion comes when it comes to us. All of a sudden, the waters are muddy. Somebody was in here talking about repatriation to Ghana. We cannot have that. This is not what this is about. Nobody needs to go to another country. We're not from Ghana. We are foundational Black Americans. This is a nation that foundational Black Americans built, and we need to be compensated for what we built because we have the legacy of anti-Black racism that has disenfranchised us economically. So we need to be repaired economically. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Nasheed.
Yo, he killed that. He killed
But you
that.
know he gonna get his narrative off though. You know that, like, right?
Yeah. He gonna do flex, whatever they call that nigga, flex or whatever they call it. He gonna do his thing. He gonna do his Tariq Nasheed, but he's absolutely right.
You know that. You know that. You know he gonna. You know he gonna come in and do that and say that. I already knew that because yeah, that was the clip. I'm gonna get back to that one. Hold on, let me see if I can find that clip because he spoke about that's the brother I wanted Dr. Jacob to hear. Hold on. Yeah. That way I ain't gotta rewind it. Let's see. I can find that here. Damn, now my shit wanna move slow.
What's the brother name?
He's some brother from in Cobra. Hold on.
I don't want to hear nobody because
Yeah,
all they
watch
do
it.
is just.
Hold on, I just want you to hear it though, cause it's already clipped. Dun. Hold on. It's this one. It's this one. Gotta be this one. Oh, yeah. Let's pause it.
West
Hold
Coast
on.
and
All right, hold on. Let me see what you think about this one. Ask Giddy. Let me know what you think about this one. And then I'm gonna get right to your question after this one. Let me share my screen real quick. I can cut that one off of my laptop going like funny. Stop sharing that one. And let me get this clip. When here God of Jacob and Black Peace responds to it. What do you guys think about this one as an option? Here we go, guys.
Okay, my name is Brian Bowling, and I'm a member of the West Coast and Cobra organization here in Oakland, California. I'm a retired social worker. My wife is a retired nurse. Our goal is to repatriate to Africa, particularly to Ghana, and reparations will assist us in our goal to repatriate. And we advocate also for dual citizenship, for us to have citizenship here in America as well as in a country in Africa. And I would like one of the panelists, someone. Okay, my name is Brian Bowling, and I'm a member of the West Coast.
All right, stop that bullshit. Stop that. If that nigga want to go to Africa, I'll get that nigga a check, and him and his wife, I'll pay that trip over there. Repatriation is not reparations. You get what I'm saying? That's some trick bag shit that these niggas be throwing out. These old ass legacy in Cobra worthless. Like I said, if it wasn't for niggas hate her, but Tone Talks, any Yvette and all them who got this shit back into the mainstream, even though they kind of fucked it off, kind of am for trying to not align with other reparationist groups. But and Cobra had that shit dead in the water, Rich. It wasn't doing shit. All these old Pan African niggas were just getting rich off or getting a little bit of money off selling Pan Africanism. It produced no political frameworks, no political policies, nothing. It was just a kumbaya, feel good vision that produced nothing. So if you want to go back to motherfucking Ghana, you get what I'm saying? He don't need reparations. All he need to do is contact me, and I get him over there. But he got the promise that he ain't ever coming the fuck back. That's easy.
Real serious, man. He said that. What you said, Black Peace? What do you think? You think repatriation should be another part of the of
Nah, hell nah.
going back to Africa, going back to the motherland?
What do you mean going back? We ain't been.
That's where we come from, though, Black Peace. That's where we come
Who
from.
told you that?
School. They told me that in
But
school.
look though, that's like staying in America, right? If we go back there, because they got some slave owners that sent us from over there, according to them, right?
Well, yeah, I heard what you said.
Okay, so what's the difference in staying here now? You got a goddamn slave dungeon right on the coast, right?
Yeah.
Okay, fuck we need to go there for?
That's what the brother
You
said.
feel me?
And
The
Black
brother
Peace,
want to put
they
that.
charge us to get over there, man. Like me and my
Yeah.
homeboys, we ain't even going that shit. How you gonna charge it? Y'all done showed us they want to charge us to see where our grandma and them got beat and shit. So, man, get out of here. Get the fuck out
What
of here.
I guess
about?
a
What about?
tourist attraction.
Yeah,
What
niggas in
about?
that
What
bitch crying.
I did see that. I've seen a lot of black people go over there and go inside that slave
We
dungeon.
ain't going that
Yeah,
shit. We sit right outside that bitch getting fucked up.
I ain't doing that. I ain't doing that. I heard they closed the door. I'm watching the girl from America. She said when you get in there, they close the door on you to give you the real feel.
I bet
Yeah,
they do. They think that shit entertaining. Yeah,
yeah.
laughing at them dumb niggas going in the cave.
Give
Yeah,
me
Yeah,
now
for
with
the
what
the
we
water.
was there, Black P. We was like, who the fuck want to go over there? Like, walk through this shit.
That's
So we
some dumb
just,
shit. That's
yeah.
going backwards right there. Why the fuck will we go there? That's going back. That's going down to literal zero because they already got a certain system set up, just like over here.
Yeah.
That and then they look at us in that manner. So fuck would we waste our time going backwards for? We can just sit where we at.
All right, let
You
me
know?
let me bring in my black nationalist brother. I know brother
Yo,
Mike. Brother Mike,
what up?
talk
Salute,
to me,
salute,
brother.
salute.
Salute.
Man, what's good with you, bro?
We chilling, man. We chilling, man. Talking about, you know, one of my favorite topics, reparations. Yeah,
Nah,
yeah. One of
yeah,
my
we need
favorite
that.
topics, man. And so also the brothers said, brother Mike, you been listening to the show or you just tapped in?
I just tapped in.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So let me ask God of Jacob. So then he also spoke. So I'll reset. Let me reset for brother Mike. So what we're talking about is the California Reparations Task Force. They had a celebration / meeting today, right? And they're taking phone calls from the audience. I mean, from from the community. So I'm listening. We just listening to these phone calls right now. But where we at in the reparations talk is one of the brothers jumped. He called in and he said, "Hey, man, I think part of the reparations package should be us going back to Ghana. We should, a repatriation back to Ghana. We should also get dual citizenship, and we should really think about going back to Africa as part of reparations. No hassle, dual citizenship when you get there. He was saying we should go to Ghana with it, and I was just really checking the temperature and see what everybody was thinking about that being a part of the reparations package.
What the fuck I look like in Ghana? I ain't from Ghana. What the fuck you mean go back? I ain't never been there. See, that be
That's
the problem with these
yeah.
niggas, man. They don't want nothing on their own. They always got to involve everybody. What the fuck Ghana got to do with us getting some money over here? These niggas are stupid. Why the fuck I want to go there?
And
Now, what
trust me,
about the? Go ahead, God, Jacob. I'm sorry.
no,
Go
I
ahead,
was about
brother.
to say, and I'm not against Africa per se, but in the context of reparation, repatriation should not be on it. You can go to Ghana your goddamn self. But a lot of people who ain't been to Africa think, oh, I'm gonna go over there and apply for Walmart and get a job. And you know Walmart's and shit over there. You better pack your goddamn business. Rich, me, myself, brother Mike, and black people, we'll make it over there because we got some businesses, right? We can pack in our suitcase and set it up there. But the average motherfucker who out here, working it 9 to 5, he ain't going over there and playing. And guess what? If it's a job available, they gonna hook their people up first. You gonna last just a little bit on you being a black American. But if you're black American and broke, nigga, you are no good to them. You're no good to them.
Right. The only way I go back to Africa, man, is be on some Chinese type of shit. Getting some money up out that
Yeah.
motherfucker. Ain't no point of it, bruh. I'm just saying, what the fuck? The fuck we want to go over there for? I'm getting tired of this back to Africa shit, bruh. I don't want to hear that shit. They getting on my nerves. We ain't never been to fucking Africa. They don't even know if we really from Africa. You see what I'm saying? It was some people already in this
Exactly.
motherfucker. So we don't know if we came on them slave ships or not. So we need to get together what the fuck we got to get together right here on this motherfucking continent from coast to coast right now. This where the money at. This where we can do it. We can do all the exploitation to the rest of the world from right here.
Damn right.
Right
Headquarters.
motherfucking here.
This is HC right here. HQ.
Right,
And
man. They tripping.
And that's what Ask Getty was saying earlier. Ask Getty was asking the question, hey man, if black Americans started the quote unquote revolution, do he think he said if the revolution, he was saying if the revolution was to happen, but for black people, would it start in America? And do you think every other would the rest of the black family follow America's lead?
They
I'm saying,
always follow our
yeah.
lead, man. And them Africans they don't do shit for us. What name one African that be speaking up for black Americans? I don't see it.
Julius Malema.
That
With
nigga
the
don't do shit.
you talking about in South Africa?
Yeah, South Africa.
Man, dude, compromise, man. I ain't trying to hear that.
I was gonna say that, but I ain't know who was a fan of him. But
What is it? EEP or some shit like that?
EFF,
Yeah,
some shit
yeah.
like
It's
that.
Ask Getty.
EFF.
Ask Getty, jump on. I don't Ask Getty. You know about the EFF, man. Pull up, Ask Getty. What you doing? Man,
That
don't
sound
let
like the NFAC, whatever that shit called.
Niggas with something.
We know what happened to him. We know what happened to him, though.
Julius Malema. That Malema nigga fighting for gay rights, man.
That nigga is a liberal. He'll fit right in with the black caucus over here.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah,
I
if
don't
you
trust no
fight,
type of
yeah, you
politics.
can't fight for both of them at the same. You can't fight for black freedom and family and that at the same time. It go against each other, you know. So that nigga can't do that. He know that.
Yeah, you can't follow no
Can't.
politician anyway. He a politician over there, man. You gotta
Yeah.
find a motherfucker trying to shake the system up.
And Rich, you know me.
That's-
I'm not against Africa. My thing is let us get our money and then let that individual decide if he wants to go back over there. You get what I'm saying? Like, pay us what we worth. If a nigga's feel inclined to go over there, check out the motherland, this, that, and the third, let him do that. But guess what? You ain't gonna own no land over there. They sell you can own land and this. It ain't gonna happen, brother. You better be married into that shit.
Listen, bro, them motherfuckers in Ghana over there, when they see us, they see cha-ching. That's what they hear.
Exactly.
Motherfucking money. And our dumb asses go over there. I was watching some shit on YouTube, man. Them motherfuckers was crying in some more shit. I'm like, what the fuck is you crying for? They going all off in the slave castle and all of that shit. I'm like, why the fuck? This is where our ancestors went in, and this is where they came out, and they crying. But I'm looking at these motherfuckers like, y'all ain't trying to make no money. Y'all ain't trying to get nothing. Y'all just got tears to shit. Man, fuck all that. I'm mad with it.
And they laughing all the way to the bank. Like, look at these dumb niggas.
Yeah, we saw.
We was so drunk outside that castle. I ain't gonna even lie.
If these motherfuckers want us over there so bad, why they tax us? Why they charging us? You gotta pay for everything when you go over
Well,
there. Motherfucker.
okay. Well, brother Mike, let me speak up for our dear brother that's in Cobra that just called. I just played a clip, and he said, "Hey, you guys can have we should get dual citizenship to Ghana, so it won't be a hassle anymore, brother Mike. You can just go, no
How
hassle,
much that cost?
and you're a citizen."
How much to
He
do
want to
it?
put it in the reparations bill.
Fuck all that. So basically what he's saying is we get reparations and then we give a cut of it to Ghana for dual citizenship because they charging for that shit. Man, he's stupid. Tell that nigga to go to hell.
Y'all are hilarious, man.
I'm just saying, what the fuck we need dual citizenship for?
Yeah. You can post it as Getty. Post in the chat if you want to come on the panel. If you just want to post in the link, I got you. I mean, if you want to post in the private chat, I got you.
That shit don't make no sense to a nigga like me, man.
Yeah, Ask Getty. If you want to jump on, the panel, Ask Getty, just type it in the private chat. You can come on, have your word. But you just want to drop a few links, then cool. That's cool too.
And the crazy part about it is, though, bro, everybody around the world is trying to buy a piece of America, but we tell our people to go buy a piece of somewhere else. Shit's stupid. This don't make sense to me, bro.
Yeah.
Like your boy said, man, I'm not against Africa, but Africa is so far off my radar right now, bro. It's so far off my radar. They're not down with us, bro. Like, bro, like my sister-in-law, she married to an African from Africa. This nigga don't look at me like I'm the same as him. He don't even consider himself black. He considers himself an African. When them Africans say black, they talking about African Americans. They talking about black people in America. They don't consider themselves black, bro. Just think about it. How many Africans you hear they call themselves black? They call themselves Africans. They say he told me that black was an American thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, even the little African kids will tell you, like when you went to school with them, they'll tell you you ain't from Africa. They'll tell they'll let you know, nigga, you ain't one of us.
Right, nigga.
Not in no disrespectful way, but they'll just tell you, no, you not us. They'll let you know that shit, man. It ain't they ain't never be disrespectful, but they let the nigga know up front. No. Like hell no.
Yeah, we different. We
Yeah.
different. We different. We different. I mean,
they jump
we
on
got
the
our
black
similarities.
bandwagon. They jump on the black bandwagon when they can benefit, and then they say fuck us once they get what they want. You got to look at, and then look at what's going on over there in Africa. They kicking out of all, like in South Africa, they kicking out all them African immigrants, bro. They don't want them motherfuckers over there. And we got to start a
Bro,
program
you
like
know
that.
that is so. You know that's all a lie, innit? And no disrespect to you, right? But this is the white supremacy handbook, right? He always wants us to fight amongst each other, right? So what I heard from both of you, right? The last thing I just heard from you, both of you, was very respectful, right? You know, said you have no problem with Africa, but and you're doing your own thing, which is very respectful, right? But we have to be very dangerous with understanding there is a black struggle we all going through, right? And let's not step on each other's toes, right? Like this, you know, this the problem is, bro. Look, when somebody is very, very proud of being black and wants to fight for his people, the media label him like he ain't worth shit, right? Like Julius Malema. Like one of you guys just spoke about LGBT. This guy's never mentioned anything about LGBT. But I
Yes,
just
he
dropped
did.
the
I
video.
heard it out of his own mouth, bro. I heard him say that. I'm not
Yeah, but
coming
you
on.
know, there is some rules, right? You know how it is, this system, right? You have to actually cater for them. I understand what you're saying, bro. I'm not gonna argue with that. But the point is, bro, right now, white supremacists taking him to court about a song he made, yeah? Something about shoot the boa, kill the boas. And this guy is in court right now. He's telling him, listen, this song don't come from me. It came from my ancestors. My grandparents was struggled by the white people when they were whipping them and dragging them out of their houses, right? This is like a freedom song. So I just dropped it in the back chat. White supremacists are taking him to court, and Julius Malema is talking the white supremacy, the system, you know, the South African white system. They have taken him to court, right? He's telling him like this: look, I'm gonna be your leader in the future. You have to get used to that, right? And bro, I'm saying if you guys watch this video, you might change your view about Julius Malema. The point is, bro, this guy, he does fight for all of us. A lot of African, you know, spokesperson, even the brother who just died, you know, one of those, the leader from Ghana before who died recently, he was standing for Black Lives Matter and all that, bro. But I don't know much about this, bro. When it comes to America and the white supremacy system over there, I'm just, like I said, I'm a student being taught by you guys. I'm learning every day, right? I know these people are ops, straight up ops, you know. They don't like us for the color of our skin, right? And it's a system that's against all of us.
So you saying Julius Malema is down with the BLM, Black Lives Matter?
No, what I was saying that his whole campaigns, bro. So as soon as Black Lives Matter happened, you know, when Julius Malema, right, he does a rally in he only rallies in black neighborhoods, and what they do is, you know, if you ever followed one of his rallies, yeah, when he stopped talking, right, he tells everybody go and hug the black mother, the black uncle, hug each other, you know, shake each other's hand. Become brothers, you know, Lemos. So this is one of the reasons I respect him a lot, right? But I just posted a video in the back chat with Julius Malema, brother, where he's fighting white supremacy. We took him to court, right? He's in court with white supremacy, literally, bro. And
Fighting
this
them
thing,
like
I
what?
think they're telling him, look, they're telling him that and his party is too racist and he's talking too much shit. And some of his songs that he's singing that they are promoting violence and all of this type of shit, right? They're trying to take him down,
So
and he's not scared, bro.
let me ask you a question. Don't they got all the numbers over there in that particular area? Don't they got more numbers than the white folks?
But brother, you're gonna get to that, right? What he's trying to say to them, listen, in fact,
Well,
they were
he's still
asking him.
talking, and he been talking for about 3-4 years. What the fuck
Yeah,
they
but
gonna
he's a
do about it?
politician,
They
bro.
still,
He's
you
a
know.
politician. He's a
Well, he
politician
need
trying
to
to
sit
get into
down,
power.
man. Politicians don't fix shit. He need to sit down then because
Let me ask you
all
a
that
question,
talk,
bro.
they
Let's just watch
been
the video.
talking for
If
goddamn
we
it.
watch the
They've been
video, we might
talking
have
for
a
50
different view, right?
years. Nah, they've
What is
been
it, bro?
talking for
Look,
50
this is
years, man.
Is it
Look, the
white people
media
in the
got you
economic
badly, bro.
white?
I'm telling you, the media got you badly because they're intimidated by this guy. This guy is just another black leader like Malcolm X who wants to free his people, right? And they're
Bro,
intimidated by that.
are
They
there
don't like that.
white
No.
people in
Hell
the
no.
EFF? Are there white people in the EFF? You got no answer?
What did he say?
Your silence tells everything.
No, I didn't even hear what you said, bro.
I asked you, were there white people in the EFF?
I don't know. There might be some white people. You have to
There it
understand.
is. So how you gonna fight white supremacy
I don't
with
know.
white
I don't know that. I don't know that, bro. But what I'm saying is that look, the media got to you guys, right? Remember this. You, the
No,
headquarters
man. If he
of
got
this
white people
media,
in his
white
organization,
supremacy media.
he
You are
not
the
racist
headquarters,
like
right?
they say he is.
You get the message early, right? But we understand the message differently, you know, because we understand the media has a special agenda to run us confused. They want us to Be completely brain dead, you know, not even think about nothing. Don't care about your liberation. Don't care about your black struggle. Don't worry about that. These niggas over in Africa, they're like this. What it is, bro, this is what's going on in the TV. This is why black kids are killing each other, right? We hate each other for no reason. We've been doing it since. Let me tell you a funny story, right? Malcolm X was talking about 1963, right? The black American in America at them time was 22 million black American, right? How much black American is there in America today?
48 million.
So what you have only doubled your numbers in the last 80 years, which you could have
That's
been
what
80
they.
million. You could have
Nope.
been 80
That's
million,
what they
but we
said.
are killing each
That's
other,
what they
brother. We're
said.
killing each other.
No,
That's what the problem
that's
is.
what they said.
No,
That's what.
I ain't gonna go there.
Hold on, hold on.
That's what they
It's
said.
so
Yeah,
much
I ain't
killing
gonna
on
go
that
there.
continent, and you want to focus
Yeah.
on a small group over
Yeah,
here.
I ain't gonna
That's
say
what
that,
they say though.
Getty, because exactly as Getty, if you're saying we're getting white supremacist propaganda when we hear about Julius Malema, then you can't say that we could have had this number because you got a number from the white supremacy
But
propaganda.
Bone, I
We're
might
not
have been
dealing
wrong
like
there.
that.
I might have been wrong, bro. But I was just trying to do my own math, right? I was
Ain't no
trying to
mic.
do my own numbers. I was trying to do my own numbers. But I'm not saying it
Do
like
you
this
know how
comes
many
from
brothers that
any
don't even
source.
participate in
But I
the
was thinking,
census? I don't
no, what I'm saying
participate in
to
the
you, bro,
census.
let's just hear from the horse's mouth. What did they say, the British people? Let's hear from the horse's mouth. He's in court with white supremacy. They've taken him to court. They're angry that he's telling his people, rise up and take back your land and don't get stepped on anymore. And this is what they're doing right now. They're taking him to court. And this African lion don't give up for nobody. He don't give a damn. He says it the way it is. He tells them, listen, they're asking him, they said the white supremacists are telling him and his party members, each party members, to pay $500, right? He said, listen, we are the people you've been robbing and stealing and killing every day since the last 400 years, right? And when I talk about 400 years, is they came to South Africa in the 1600, right? So he's saying, you guys owe us 5 trillion, and we're not here to stop until we get that money from you guys. They don't like that, brother. He's
Man,
telling them,
hey, he
That's
ain't
it,
gonna
he's
man.
do
saying
shit.
that's
Y'all,
the
y'all let
reparation.
So
Mandela
Before we
sit in
talk
jail
about
for
anything,
23 years or something like that. Y'all had the numbers. Y'all could have ran up in there and snatched Mandela out. Y'all
and
niggas ain't gonna do shit.
on top of that, on top of that, man, if he was so called, as gangster as you describing him to be, that nigga, he'll be the number one enemy of the West right now, man.
well, he is, bro. He is. Just listen to the
They
court
don't
case.
even they don't even
But
they don't
he,
even mention that nigga over here, man. They don't mention him here like that. You might see that
because
nigga
it's
on
a slow
BBC.
movement, bro. Remember, these people
You will
don't
see
want to
that
play
nigga.
racist.
You will see
They've
that
been
nigga on
exposed already.
BBC. That's it. Or Al
They've been
Jazeera. You'll
exposed
see him
already,
on
brother.
Al
Listen,
Jazeera. He don't be mentioned over here. That's what I'm telling you. He's not. Look, if you somebody big, America gonna want to take you down. They don't mention that nigga, man.
brother,
Don't
let me tell you
mention dude
something.
at all.
America has a liberal party in the government right now. UK has the same thing. These people have been
They going to
exposed
war
enough.
with Russia. They trying to go
None
to
of these
war with
people
Russia
are willing
right
to
now, man.
expose
What you talking
themselves
about?
even further. They're not looking to expose themselves further. They're trying to actually hide behind their racism. They're
As
trying to
Getty, the nigga in
dress up.
court arguing over $500. That nigga ain't no revolutionary leader.
Brother, I beg you play this,
Oh
man.
man,
Bon,
I ain't
Bon.
even.
Let me play
Please,
it.
let's play this, man. This is my change of view.
Let me play it real quick, then we get back to it.
And let's listen to all of it.
I never brought your name. I've never brought your name. I've never brought Oppenheimer's name. I don't even know his name. I don't know. I've never, my Lord, called him by name. I've always referred
Nah, that
him
nigga ain't
as
about no, he
you,
ain't
and
on
I
that shit.
clarified it that I'm referring to a client. When I say your name, I mean them as white people. Your parents have left you a bad name. So that is the context I'm using it. So please, if you are going to be a legal representative, you are going to have to reduce yourself from this case as an individual. Remove your emotions and deal with me as a professional. Because if you are going to come to me as a personal person, individually, I will no longer look at you as a professional. I will decisively deal with you as an individual. I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not. And I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner
That
you
shit
do
was
that,
gangster, I
the
ain't gonna
less
lie.
chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Oh, brother, play that bit again. That's the tiny bit. 10-second back. Because he
You
said
are going to
something.
come to me as a personal person, individual. I will no longer look at you as a professional. I will decisively deal with you as an individual. I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not. And I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
What chest pains would result?
Racist chest pains. You know, my lord, we sitting here with pains you'll have.
I ain't gonna lie, I was liking bars. He had some bars
Hey,
in there.
he spit, man. He spit. He spit.
There's more coming, cuz. There's more coming. There's more coming.
Yeah, I know, but you keep erasing it on the damn thing, ass Getty.
No, I'm just trying to, the point. I'm trying to rewind their point, but I'm not rewinding no more.
When that reality comes.
What chest pains would result?
Racist chest pains. You know, my lord, we sitting here with pain, with trauma, and to be interrogated by people like this who perpetuate the segregation, who continue to promote racism in this country. It's really unfair. Thousands of children have seen their mothers being tortured. I was young when police walked into my mother's house and she was sleeping. They took off her blankets off. Men, she was not dressed up. She was sleeping. Men took off her blankets. I live with that for the rest of my life, that some strange men came into my house and took off the blankets of my mother to search if she's not a terrorist. We are still a traumatized nation, if you don't know. And that trauma is real. And don't push us to that pain. Because when that day comes, we'll not be scared. I've litigated with AfriForum and Roots before, and they've never brought someone so weak as you. I think they've done the worst disservice to themselves. Let me tell you, every time we say white settlers, white people, white settlers in South Africa, it is in that context. So why would an American who came yesterday, my lord, be a settler? We're talking here about white settlers. Why would a Russian who came yesterday be a settler? You understand very well the context within which we say all white people are racist. It is in relation to the struggle of, understand very well the context within which we say all white people are racist. It is in relation to the struggle of liberation in South Africa against apartheid system that benefited all white people.
Oh, God damn it. Hey, Julius talking that shit, boy. I fuck with Julius, man. He talking that shit. It's
Brother, what it is, brother, just take the best of what you get from this guy and don't try. You can always have bad views, yeah, but let's just understand what he's talking about. But brother, can you just finish it? He's coming up with a very important point. He's talking about reparation. And I think American can use this as well for their own advantage, So what it is, this is how we should deal with these people. We should deal with them in court like this.
Yeah, he was
Hey, yo,
saying,
Rich, hey, before you get into it, man, I'm out. Shout out to Black Peas, Brother Mike, Ask Getty. Catch y'all on the flip side, brother.
Big up, brother, man. Big up. And thanks for teaching me a lot, man.
Yeah, we
thanks for
out of
teaching
here,
me a lot, man.
Same to you, brother. We out.
Salute, man.
Julius Malema gotta get them white folks up out of his organization, man.
He got white folks in his organization?
Yeah, he got white folks in his organization. And he with the gay rights shit.
Well, I don't know about that, but what I'm saying is, I'm listening to this guy and he's fighting for all of us. This is the type of things we all need to. This is the type of tactics we should all be using. There shouldn't be any other tactics.
But you gotta vet everybody. Al Sharpton talked a good game too.
The guy is talking about his mother, brother. He's talking about his mother being dragged from her own house.
Listen, man. Just because they talk a good game, but if you're not all the way separated in your organization, you just talking shit.
But you don't know this. I have no evidence on this. You have no evidence on this. Have you been in the EFF party? Have you been in a march with these people?
A lot of that shit on Parliament. And I done
When
seen,
have you seen?
I done seen them standing outside having press conference, and I done seen some white people behind him with the motherfucker. It's one white guy that's always there.
Bro, but not all white
Now
people are
that
racist,
white
brother.
guy, he's in the EFF. I done my research on them, man.
Brother, not
If you
all white
go
people
back
are
to me on
racist.
Rich
You have to
Show
understand that.
2 years ago, you'll hear me up in the EFF.
Yeah.
Brother,
You
there's
hear me
not
up in
all
there.
white people are racist. You know,
We
you have
get
to
paid.
understand that, right?
Listen, I'm not. Listen, man. Listen, I'm not in this to determine if all white people are racist. I'm not here to pick out who's racist and who's not. You understand what I'm saying? I'm here to be me. And I if you can hide off in your race, I just don't trust none of you motherfuckers inside of
That's cool, bro. That's cool, bro. You have to understand. Bro, fighting a fight, innit?
Listen, bro. If you're in an organization where you fighting for the rights of black people, it has to be done by black people. You can't
All right,
have
I
no
don't know about that. I understand, bro. But
in
right
50
now,
years, this shit gonna end up like the NAACP.
this guy is my leader right now. I can't lie to you. This guy is my teacher. He's my leader. I'm looking to start my own party in Kenya called EFF Kenya, Africa. Once I go back, and we all looking to do the same thing as this brother here. Because what it is, bro.
Listen, you can learn off. See, that's the problem. If we don't want to point out the mistakes that these so-called leaders make. You can learn from him, but you gotta learn from his mistakes as well. He cannot have white people in his organization if he's really serious about the liberation of black people.
I understand, bro, but look at the point we're in right now, right? Look, this brother is talking about liberation and freedom and all of that. You Americans talking about the same thing. We Africans in Europe are talking about the same thing. We all on the same point. That is just one point. We all on the same point right now. You have to understand. A lot of people put in a lot of work, for us to get to this point, right? That's what matters the most, right? So the point is like,
I don't never
let's just
trust a nigga that
take
shave
what's
all
best.
his hair off his face like that, man. I can't trust him.
Yeah.
Man, I can't trust no nigga like that, man.
Bro, let's say this, but let's just get this over with.
You can't trust no nigga like nigga ain't got no mustache or nothing, man. What's wrong with him?
Yeah,
Listen, everything Julius Malema say out of his mouth, he's being truthful about. He actually believed it, but he has been compromised. He got white people in his organization. He supports the LGBTQ movement, and those two groups of people are actually against us. So I can't deal with that, man. I listen to him, but I can't take him seriously as me trying to pattern myself off him and be a leader and join his
But can you respect the work he's doing, though? Is it possible to respect the work he's doing? Is that possible that you do have a little bit of respect for what he's doing?
Because
Yeah,
he's
hold
slapping
on.
himself
We
down
gotta
by
address
supporting
this.
eugenics.
Yeah, we gotta address this though. We can't trust the bald guy. Hold on. I gotta speak up for the bald guys right here, man. Hyped up. Relax yourself.
Hey, he funny.
You talking about bald guys, man. Hold
I'm
on.
talking about niggas that ain't got no hair. Yeah,
I know. I
nigga look.
was fucking with hyped up though. Hyped up said
Oh, okay.
bald head, man. Yeah, that's my Caribbean.
This nigga.
Them Caribbean brothers say bald
So
head.
it's better than Nick Knocks, right? It's better than Nick Knocks, isn't it?
Listen. I seen a rally where Julius Malema was shooting a AK-47. After he got done shooting the AK-47, guess what he did? He handed it to a white guy.
Well, I don't know too much about that, right? But all I know is a lot of people
doing your research.
is against his struggle. What I know is there's a lot of people against his struggle, right?
It's on YouTube. Look it up. You'll see it.
Yeah. No worries, bro. That's why people talking about. This is why people talking about. This guy is not for his people. He's out there driving Lamborghinis and wearing expensive clothes and expensive watches, right? People don't understand. This guy is a South African. He's from the richest place on the planet. Platinum. You know how much platinum comes from South Africa? Do you know how much diamond is taken out of South Africa? But nobody wants to look into that, right? People looking at it like when platinum and diamonds are it belongs to white people. White people should be the beneficiary of that. The white man should have the nice houses for that. When a black man start to rob his people and take back a couple of mines.
Listen, bro. If there's one country that black people in America know about, it's South Africa. Because once you become so-called conscious, you get turned on to Mandela and all the struggle that we helped them fight apartheid and how we had a whole little thing going on over here fighting against that shit. You know what I mean? When I was growing up in the 90s in high school, you know what the black people used to tell me? They was like, the people in South Africa live like we lived in the 60s over here.
Yeah.
That's what they used to tell us.
Yep.
So we know all about South Africa, brother.
Yep.
But what I'm telling you is everything, it can be compromised. You got to be 100% for the people if you're going to be for the people. You got to tell them, if the white people are really your allies, you tell them like Malcolm told them. You can
But
give me money,
I
but
see your
you
point,
can't join,
and
you
I
can't
highly
come to my
respect that.
meeting. You have
I
nothing
see
to
your
do
point.
with policy or anything.
Now, I
So
see your point,
Julius
and I highly
Malema say
respect
all
that.
listen, you keep cutting me out, bro. Julius Malema talk all of that shit. Why the fuck he ain't said that?
But I respect your point, and I see your point, and I respect it highly, right? And I understand why you have some doubts about this point. But what I'm saying is, I don't know what it is, bro, right?
The
But I'm saying is,
organization, not him. It's the
I understand your
organization.
worries, bro. Like I said, bro, look, you guys are American, bro. You understand this shit way more than all of us, you know? We just had contact with these people when they came to Africa. But these people have been living side by side and doing this shit to you guys for 500 years, right? So you do have a bigger understanding and a bigger paranoia, you know, not even in a bad way. I'm saying
Listen to me.
you don't
When
trust
you
these
start
people, right?
your EFF chapter, brother, it
Mm.
don't involve no non-black people. We don't believe in people
Most
of color
definite. Most
or
definite.
none of that shit. We are
No,
black people.
100%.
Well, hold on. What now? We can't do that because my brother as Getty when he starts his, he gotta let the Arabs. He gotta let the Arabs
No,
have.
brother.
Gotta let his Arabs. Come on, as Getty. Don't do
I
that. You
stepped out,
put the
bro. I've exposed them as well. I've exposed them. I realize these people. No, bro, listen. Nobody cares about the black race. You know that, innit? One thing I've come to my realization is nobody cares about us, bro. Arabs, when it comes to the Arabs, bro, they're selling us in an app in Emirates where like they will send a black person to another person's house to clean and work for them, right?
Yeah,
Like, you know, some house work, you know, in an app, brother, right?
Hell, they
And
doing
no,
that in Libya.
no,
Shit.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. And look, Egypt is right next to it, one of the biggest military power. Algeria on that side. If these Arabs really cared, they would have sent troops and defended that coast, right, from people enslaving black people. But none of them
But them
care, bro. None
Arabs
of
are
them speak up.
they the slave owners though. They're not who they gonna fight themselves?
No, but this is a culture, brother. You have to understand. This is like the
They,
same thing with white
they
people.
ain't
They're inherently racist. You know, when you inherit something, you inherit that racism from your grandparents. And this is the best weapon they have, you know. Forget about nuclear weapon, all of that. This is the best system they can use, right? Inherently racist. So they pass this on to the kid, you know. They teach them about it, you know. They say we're not racist, but they see black people as 3/5 of a human beings. So we have to understand this, but we on this by ourselves. Nobody's here
just
to
know
help us,
this.
right? And I understand this brother saying.
But just know this about the particular place they call Africa. If they was really whatever they trying to say or they trying to do or whatever the case may be, all them Arabs came in North Africa and killed all the Africans off, and that one Africa done pushed them niggas out yet. Not one of them. Not one country, two countries done collaborated and got them Arabs up out of Africa. The Arab is not supposed to be in Africa, but they still there all these years later in
Now
Egypt,
that's a fact. That's a fact.
Libya. So I mean, they ain't really
They done
niggas
started
ain't
a
really
civil war in Sudan.
yeah niggas ain't really even in a position, you
Brother,
know, to be even
today,
talking to
guess what they were
us.
telling me today? You know what they were telling me today when I talk about as a Muslim, I go in the live stream, right, and I talk about the black struggle. These people will tell you, bro, just leave this alone. Don't talk about this. Why are you talking about this? So what it is, they don't care about us, bro. Like what it is, they're just as much as our enemy like anyone else because they can't see the oppression we're going through. They will never understand what we're going through when we're telling them it's the same thing we're going through with dealing with white people, right? We can speak to them for 500 years, brother, and they're still telling you there's something wrong with you. There's something wrong with you. So this is what I'm saying to you. Like we are in this shit together, bro. It's only because of the color of our skin, bro. Nothing else. Because these people are doing this shit to us because of only for the reason of color of our skin, bro. Robbing, raping, pillaging, and mind fucking us every day, bro. And these people came with religion called Christianity, right? Took black slaves from Africa and took them to Caribbean. The Catholic Church whipped them and killed them daily just for them to leave the Africans' culture and spirituality behind, right? When these people talk about what about Islam slave trade or Arab slave trade, you guys came with a ship called Jesus and started enslaving black people. I'm talking about the European. And none of them are different as well. European has indoctrinated the Arab mindset. These people think for us to rule the world, we have to rule the black man. The black man is the stepping stone to ruling the world. Because once the black man unite and get freedom and start thinking about his own people, he's going to be the richest, most powerful, most helpful person, most democratic. You know, people talk about democracy. The black person will be the real democracy on the planet. The black person today talks about oppression against the Palestinians, but the Arab will never understand the oppression you're going through. So, bro, we're much different from these people. That's my point. But brother Bond, can you just finish this video, brother, so we can just listen to the last point of it, if you don't mind, bro.
You want to hear from Malema? Let's go ahead and play it, Ask Getty. Let's play it, bro. Play this for Ask Getty, and then we'll get back to it. Shout out to Ask Getty though, man. I haven't heard from really ain't watched no Julius Malema content in a minute, man. So this is good shit right here, Ask Getty. Let's get to it though.
He's in court today. He's been in court all this week, and these white supremacists can't win over this guy. They come with different type of tactics. They're talking about this oppression song you sing it. You know, I think you heard about this song called, you know, when they're dancing and saying, "Take your farms back," and he's just saying, look, this is what our ancestors used to sing. You guys were used to fuck us up back in those times, right? Even today, right? So when people are fighting,
all those who came here to come and conquer South Africa and take the land from our people are white settlers. From since 1652. Up until when? Up until we took our freedom, political freedom in 1994.
White settlers is everyone from 1652 up until the time of political power. Is that 1994?
Yes, 1994.
I'm asking you about people after that date.
Those who inherit the property stolen from us are criminals. So if you come from America with an intention to come and inherit a stolen property, you are a criminal.
If it was the case that just one person was going to be influenced to murder someone after hearing him chant, kill the farmer, kill the boer, hypothetical case, if someone was to be influenced in that way, would that be a reason for you not to sing the song?
No, not at all. Anyone who engages in the killing of anyone because of my chant will not be influenced by my chant. That person will be driven by criminal mentality. It's an act of crime because my chant is not a command. It's exactly what it is. If I were to give that command, I will give it openly, unashamedly, without hiding my face. So there's no anyone who claims that he got a command through a song, that person will be acting out of their own sheer criminality and not because they've got a political motive. You are a bad lawyer, Shem. It goes without saying. You are a bad lawyer.
Yeah, big up for that, Bone, man. Respect to that, brother. Obviously, bring this, you know, information out there. But me, as black people, bro, do you believe that we have come in a different point right now? We can openly speak what we speak. We can say it the way we want. There's no more hiding, like this brother is doing right now, right? In a system of white supremacy. Even though you have a black president in power there, South Africa don't mean you're still not in a system of white supremacy.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He's taking real advantage of.
Yeah, I do agree with, yes, keep white supremacy at the forefront. Never let it go unchecked. So I do agree with that. I agree with the brother right there. That's good shit. That's good shit, Ask Getty. I ain't got nothing to say.
Well, trust me, man. I'm gonna come with some more stuff if you let me post in the back chat. But what I do is I will post it on my channel first, then you can post it after that, so nobody can say anything. You get me? So
I got you.
yeah, man.
All right, bro.
What it is, bro, look, we're in a very, very good position right now. Remember, these people don't want to admit they're openly racist, right? And we can use this highly to our own advantage. Like this brother is doing right now. He's in the court and he's speaking from his heart. He's speaking from the place of his ancestors. He's not playing no games, brother. He's even telling the billionaire that's sitting in front of him who took him to court, the white supremacy, yeah, who owns about so much land in Africa, who's taking Julius Malema in court, yeah? He's telling him, look, I'm going to be president one day, and I'm going to rule over you. What does that mean, brother? It means he's going to take he's stolen, inherited, the property he inherited from his people that stole it, and give it back to the black people, you know?
Yeah.
And that's what means the most, brother, more than anything.
That's stolen land. That's good shit, brother. That's happening all the way over here. Like if we go back to these calls that we've been listening to, that's what people been saying. There was a real estate agent that came on this call earlier, and he was like, "Yeah, we're gonna make sure that in the reparations package, we also go get a lot of the stolen land that was stole from our ancestors." So that's what Julius Malema is saying, man. Shout out to the brother, man. Get that land back, man. You know what I'm saying? Get that land back, man. Shout out to Ace Getty though. But guys, I'm finna get back to it. Yeah, I just want to get through these calls that was
Brother, if they come, brother, I come and address the issue, but I just have to go back in the back chat. But what I'm saying, like I was saying before, look how these brothers in California right now are speaking about, they're all agreeing on one point. Like I said, bro, this generation we're in right now is no joke, brother, yeah? We all come to the common agreement, and this we just need to keep pushing forward for this. And even if you look at it, look, there's new stuff happening every day, right? We're just seeing the Julius Malema is a late thing. This situation right now is a new thing as well. It's not something that happened before. It's we're walking towards the steps of this in the future. So we're very, very, very lucky, bro. Respect to the black family, yeah?
man. Peace, peace, peace. Ace Getty, salute to you, brother. Nito, what's going on, brother? How you doing, man?
What's going on, man? What's going on?
You know how it is. Salute to the queen. Salute to the queen, man. You know how we do. You know how we do. Appreciate you for being on the panel. Let me play some more of this, man, so I can get through it.
Trini, our next speaker.
Our next speaker is Marcus Champion. You've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Task Force. My name is Marcus Champion. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, you're good.
Yeah, my name is Marcus Champion. I'm a California native, born and raised in Inglewood, currently living in South Central. I want to talk about who is eligible. There's a reason why Secretary of State Dr. Shirley Weber allowed our organization, now known as CJEC, the Coalition for a Just and Equitable California, to make amendments to the eligible party. Originally, it was just African American, but she accepted our language that changed it to African Americans who are descendants of persons enslaved in the United States, because it's a lineage standard, not a race standard. And I want to also address my fellow Black brothers and sisters who spoke before me, that we have to think about what's legal and not our feelings. As Dean Chemerinsky has stated before on our show, Politics in Black, if we make this about race and not lineage, violate Prop 209 in California. Federally, you violate equal protection. So that means that reparations is thrown out. Reparations is null and void if you make this about all Black people and not make it specific to the actual aggrieved party within the state and then also within the United States of America. So that is my comment for today. Thank you. Keep up the good work.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Champion. Trini, our next speaker.
The next speaker is LaDonna. LaDonna, you've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes,
we can hear you.
Okay, good morning. LaDonna Williams. I am a native of California, specifically San Francisco. And I just wanted to add, many of the comments that I planned on making have already been made. Thank you, Mr. Nasheed, for eloquently pinpointing them. I wanted to remind the board that, or the committee, that March 2021, from March 2021 to April 2021, you were able to, San Francisco in particular, or I guess California, was able to come up with a resolution and support of Asian Americans. It took 1 month, pretty much in 7 days. They were able to come up with support of the Latino immigrants who were illegal trying to pass the border, yet $450,000 was on the table, or is on the table, or may have already been paid, who knows. The Afghanistans came behind them, yet Black folks are still waiting. We're still studying. We've been studying since the beginning of time. And even more so, we don't hear accountability to slavery, the slavery area that dealt with insurance. The insurance, it was a bill, SB 2199, I believe. And it was Senator Tom Hayden, and they were investigating the insurances that had paid for slavery. But when you go to those links, they're not working. You can get pretty much the summary of it and certain insurances who admitted to paying and supporting slavery and made payouts, but you can't really get the gist of what we need so that we can pick up that ball and keep rolling with it as well. And I concur and totally agree with the previous speakers who says, this is for those of us whose lineage have paid the price for our babies boiled, sold, fed to alligators, our parents separated, us having to do lineage search only to find out that our ancestors were not only owned by owners of America, regular white folks, but we were owned by Indians as well. And so we don't even talk about enforcing the 1866 treaty, which Black freedmen and their descendants are entitled to. Those are the focuses that this committee needs to stay focused on, not everyone else. It is not fair. We were not on the committees for the Asians and the Afghanistans and everyone else. Why is everyone else on our committees dictating who this money should go to? It is very clear that it is Black folks who have paid the price, who have built this country, and who continue to plead, beg, and pray that you do the right thing. So I would propose
LaDonna, I'm
within
so
the next
sorry.
30 days, you come up
Miss
with
LaDonna, I am so sorry to interrupt you, but your time.
So I think what LaDonna was saying is what she's saying is, I guess what a lot of these callers are saying. Why are we dragging our feet trying to figure out who is eligible for reparations? It's simple. It's simple. Everybody's laying out the blueprint of how you find it. Go trace your lineage. Go trace your lineage, man. DNA, yeah, DNA ain't gonna really help you. The DNA is gonna tell you that you have a lot of sub-Saharan Africa in your DNA. You gotta go trace go ask grandmama and go ask the people that still are around in your family. Get your hands on that 1870 census, man. Then it's not hard. And these people are still having a meeting, right? They're still having a meeting about fucking who's eligible for reparations. And it's good to hear the brothers and sisters that saying they fed up. They fed up with you just dragging your feet when it comes to this issue. You're right, sis. That's the word I was fishing for. Your genealogy. Go search for your genealogy, man. That's gonna be the most important thing. Get your hands on that 1870 census. But play some more of this, you guys. I really want to get through this. Let's get it.
Time is up, and thank you so much for your important comments this morning.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Laura Pitter. Laura, you've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to make a public comment today. My name is Laura Pitter, and I'm the current co-director of the U.S. program at Human Rights Watch. It's my honor to be here today to express my support on behalf of our organization for this task force and to honor during this meeting and Black History Month the African American heroes who initiated the fight for reparations and kept it alive over these many years in the United States. Human Rights Watch is an independent nonprofit organization that monitors and reports on human rights violations in more than 90 countries around the world, including the United States. We've supported reparations for enslavement and the legacy of it for decades, going back to the Durham Conference. Given that reparations for gross human rights violations, as slavery was, is well established in human rights law. For the last several years, we've increased our advocacy on the issue and made it a key priority. We've advocated strongly for the creation of a commission similar to the commission that's been established here in California at the federal level, though we also, where capacity allows, advocate for it at the local level as well. As I'm sure you all know, the full impact of creating laws and policies that forced hundreds of thousands of Africans to be enslaved in the US has never been fully examined or accounted for at the national level, nor has the impact of racist laws and policies that followed: Jim Crow, redlining, segregation, unprosecuted and investigated lynchings. It's never really been assessed. We know that the trauma of these policies has been passed down in a variety of ways through generations, and we support the idea that the type of reparation that needs to be provided has to be determined by the community impacted. So it's just I'm very pleased to be attending these essential sessions today, during which an accounting, at least for now, of how the impact has been felt here in this state is taking place. I really look forward to hearing from the speakers and the experts here so that we can learn from and be inspired by their actions in this history. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Pitter, for your comments this morning. Trini,
Our
next speaker.
Next speaker is Matthew Morris. Mr. Morris, you've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes. Matthew Morris. Okay, I'm going to move on to the next speaker. We have quite a few. I'll work with him in the background.
Okay.
Next speaker is Friday Jones.
Oh, shoot, it's me.
Friday Jones, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Good morning. I am Friday Jones. My name is Kansa Jones Muhammad, and I'm co-chair of the National Assembly of American Slavery Descendants and a founding member of the Coalition for a Just and Equitable California. I'm also a commissioner for the city of Los Angeles as appointed by Mayor Garcetti to the Reparations Advisory Commission. And today I am speaking as an individual. I advocate for reparations not just for myself, but for my mother, grandmother, and living family members who are survivors of Jim Crow law. It is also for the next 7 generations to come. My grandfather's family, the Ogburns, were sharecroppers in Caledonia, North Carolina. The land was claimed by the state in order to build a prison. To this date, that prison grows its own food. 7 generations ago, my great-grandmother Tracy was imported from the Congo and sold into servitude to Bernadette Martin, the wife of Lewis Martin of Charleston, South Carolina, and I quote, to hold the said Negro for her use and benefit as her property forever and her heirs on July 1st, 1779. This work is personal to me. Like many descendants of chattel slavery in the United States, there is no separation of our familial history and existence in this country from the country itself. At the last hearing, I read a list for you of considerations as you vote on eligibility, and I will read it again because it matters. Were your ancestors subject to the 3/5 Compromise at the United States Constitutional Convention in 1787, subject to the Casual Killing Act? Were your ancestors African or of African descent and enslaved in the United States, subject to hereditary slave laws from 1776 to 1865, subject to California's Fugitive Slave Law of 1852, subject to the Emancipation Proclamations that resulted in the establishment of the Freedmen's Bureau under the War Department for Refugees, enlisted as Negro Union soldiers during the Civil War and or received pensions under the General Law Pension System of 1862. Were your ancestors depositors into the Freedmen Bank, subject to convict leasing, black codes, or Jim Crow laws? Were your ancestors or grandparents part of what is known as the Great Migration from 1910 to 1970? Lineage-based reparations must be derived from the overwhelming laws endured by chattel slaves in the United States and their descendants for multiple generations. This is the work that this task force must do. I ask you to remember our ancestors, making their heirs the beneficiaries of reparations with the foresight that it will matter in a federal repair. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Jones, for those powerful comments today. Next speaker, please.
Okay, we're going to try Matthew Morris again. Mr. Morris, you've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Hey, who I want to shout out is these people, this calling, boy. They got their shit ready. They got their speech ready. Soon as they call, soon as they call in, man, they just letting them
Yeah,
fire.
man.
Letting
She
them
was
fire.
on top of everything. I was like, damn.
I like that, man. That's what I'm saying.
Hell yeah.
No, it lets people know it's just not a bunch of dumb Negroes running around begging for money. You see what I'm saying? When I say it's deeper than this, it's deeper than this, man. It's deeper than this, man. It's deeper than a bunch of Negroes running around begging for money, man. This shit
Yo,
is.
she
Go ahead.
dug up her history, her family history receipts, man.
Big facts. That's what it's gonna take. It's
Damn.
easy. It's not as hard as we think.
It got me wanting to do mine, yo, for
No,
real,
man.
for real.
First thing first, go get all the information you need from the oldest person you know that's alive in your family.
Mm-hmm.
That's the simplest thing to do. You see what I'm saying, Nito?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Grandparents, if you got them, aunts, if you got them, great aunts, if you got them, man, you know what I'm saying? Same thing about the men, grandfathers, you know, uncles, great uncles, all of that, man. Go to the first one, man, and get that information. The shit is public records if you really want to find it.
Yeah, man.
May have to start doing shows on that, man, and just show people, you know,
Yeah. Hey,
how does one go find it? Oh, that'll be some dope content. Right there.
yes, because I'm serious about looking up mine, man. Got me want to do some research.
Yeah, I got an aunt that I'm going to see in like 2 weeks. I'm going to see my pop's sister in like 2 weeks, man. And I may not, you know, I know she don't want her face on camera, but I may see if I can record the audio and drop a little bit of that. Drop a little bit of that on the family, man. So we can get in the process of showing people how to go find this out. It's not hard. And I'll tell you something, a bigger task to try to do, the 1870 census. Try to get your hands on that. Try to get you some information on that, man. That'll be
Yeah, I'm looking at that right as you speaking, man. I'm looking at that right now.
and that's a bigger thing. That's what I'm saying. That's a bigger project to go attack. But I'm saying everybody in your family and just on the lower level, go talk to the oldest person. Go get names. If you,
Yeah,
you know what
it
I'm saying,
says right here.
try to get birthdays, try to get locations. You know what I'm saying? Like off the top. You know what I mean? What were your grandparents from? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Go
because
to
this
the
right here
oldest
saying,
person in your family. Hold on real quick, and then I got you, Nito. But go to the oldest person in your family and ask them, what was your grandparents' name? And where did your grandparents come from? If they know great grandparents, ask them that too. But who's the, you know what I'm saying? Go get the information. That's easy. Go ahead, Nito. Talk to me about the census, brother.
no, I say right here, access the official 1790 through 1940 census records. I was like, damn, they going back 1790, man. Yeah, you gonna find some stuff.
Yeah, you find it. It's on, man. It's on, and that's what I'm saying. And I think, oh, okay. So I don't really know. I don't really know about the California Reparations Task Force. Now, I'm not really familiar with them. But what I'm listening to, and I'm listening to the local Californians, they are saying, hey guys, we keep having meeting after meeting speaking about who's eligible for reparations. Now it's starting to seem like we're just dragging our feet, and we know that this is a bill that was passed down to ask a group of people to come down and study, check the temperature of the reparations talk. That's what it's starting to look like. It's like, hey, you guys in California, go talk to the Negroes and see what they're saying about reparations. They keep fucking bugging us about these reparations. Go get some information about reparations. And that's what it kind of seems like, because these people still arguing and discussing eligibility. Who the fuck gets reparations, man? We should have been long past that.
Yeah, we should have had that we should have had that already concrete.
Yeah, we got,
Like,
you know what I'm saying?
go
We
back.
we should be long past that. And me listening to these callers, that's what the community's saying. That's what I'm hearing from the community. It's like, oh my gosh, you guys having another meeting, and we still talking about who's eligible. God damn, how many meetings we gonna have? That's what it sounds like to me, if I'm honest. That's what it sounds like. But let me play some more of it. Brother Mike, you still there? Okay, Brother Mike must have stepped away. Here we go.
He was having some mic issues. I'll just move to the next person.
Okay.
Phyllis Fulton, you have been unmuted. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. I'm not sure that I have the correct information about the conference. I'm in North Carolina, and I just learned about it last night. I don't know if it's just for people in California who are considering who should receive reparations. One thing that I wanted to say is, as you develop the laws, you remember or realize that you could be a model for the rest of the countries as they address the reparation issue. And the things that I would like for everyone to keep in mind is that after the law is passed we have to make sure that the issues related to a backlash addressed before while as the law is being written. Because a lot of times when we write laws, it's done out of reaction. It's a reactionary purpose, but we also have to think about the long term. How is it going to affect everyone, and what can we do up front to make sure all of those backlash issues are addressed before it becomes a real national crisis. That's one of the things that I wanted to add, because I want to see everyone who's entitled to a reparation to be able to receive it. But I don't want to see a lot of backlash from various groups or various races or various nationalities. So if we work up front to address those, then that should take care of a lot of that as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fulton, for your comments. Trini?
The next speaker is Sisterella. You've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes. Sisterella, are you ready to speak?
Hold on, guys. Hold on.
I'm sorry.
Hold on. Auntie. I'm gonna say this. Shout out to the auntie that had just called in. Good shit. Good shit, auntie. But let me tell you this, auntie. We can't do that, auntie. We can't worry about the backlash. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna tell you what we can't do. We can't worry about the backlash of what's going to happen once this debt is paid. We can't, auntie. For real. Shout out to auntie for calling. That's her opinion, but I totally disagree with that. We should not even have to be worried about backlash is gonna happen. But come on, guys. If you are a black person in America, you know pretty much everything you do is gonna be met with backlash. We can't waste our time on backlash. We are still dragging our feet on who's eligible for reparations. So I know we can't have another. I'm telling you, bro. I know we can't have another situation that's gonna hinder us getting the reparations. We can't worry about the backlash, man.
Yeah.
And get what I say, man. Guess what, man? People gonna hate no matter what.
Yep.
That's what
No matter
backlash.
what you do.
Yeah, whatever. That's what
No matter what you
backlash sound like to me. Oh, people gonna hate, man. I ain't worried about that.
do.
We dealing with that now on the internet. That's why we putting the conversation out here for everybody to hear, and that's the reason we discuss it. So, because if people gonna hate, they're gonna hate now. Let them hate. Let's get the hate shit out the way. So when it's time to handle business, we ain't even worried about that, auntie. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
Yeah, because white folks look back and try to get their monies from their ancestors too. You know what I'm saying? So it's not
Mhm.
it's the same process. So man, I don't give a damn. Let's roll with this.
Yeah, we can't work. We can't work. We can't worry about the backlash. Auntie
Hell
saying we
no.
should take the time. Auntie saying we should take the time to study and see what the backlash will be after we receive reparations. We can't do that, Auntie. We can't worry about the haters. Haters gonna hate, and that's what I'm saying. Shout out to the Auntie, but that's what I be saying about some of the elders. You did your thing. Salute to you. You're
Mm-hmm.
beautiful. But you gotta fall back a little bit. Just help us. But let us try to step into the leadership roles. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Like somebody
Mm-hmm.
need to sit Auntie down and say, okay, Auntie, we will deal with the backlash. But Auntie, this is what I've been dealing with already right now. This is a solution for the backlash. We're not gonna worry about the backlash. Then you got to remind Auntie, look, everything you went through in your life that you did, you had haters. So
Yep.
you dealt with backlash your whole life, and you overcame
Mm-hmm.
backlash. You know what I'm saying? We can't keep worrying about. And shout out to the Auntie. I'm happy that she called into that show. But yeah, Auntie, we can't worry about backlash right now. That's another form of dragging our feet. We just
Yeah.
continuously dragging our feet if we worried about who's eligible, and then we worried about, okay, the people that's not eligible, what are they gonna say? What are they gonna think? What are they gonna do? You just let them do what they do.
Yeah, I could care less, man. Fuck
Me
that shit.
either, man. Hey, because you think about it, though, our ancestors, man, when they decided in their mind that they wanted freedom, they weren't worrying about the backlash. It was there, but they weren't worrying about it.
Yeah, you can't.
No.
Ooh, they gonna get mad at us. Fuck you, Auntie. I love you though.
Yeah. We out.
Yeah, can't do that, Auntie.
Hey, Rich, when you get a chance, I was speaking to my sisters.
Uh-huh.
I was telling her about your show. Da, 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 da. She says, but she said Chad Brown was on this one too. He's one of the founders, bruh. She said he did his thing on this one, if I'm correct.
Oh, on this live that I'm playing right here.
Yeah, she said Chad Brown, and that's my dog. It was Yvette, Tone, Chad Brown,
Yeah,
but Chad Brown was always
yeah,
my guy. You
yeah,
understand? But
yeah,
she
yeah.
said he was on here somewhere.
You showed me some shit. You showed me some shit on Chad. Yeah. Uh-huh. Mm. All right, let's get back to it then. Let's see. Let's see if the brother Chad calls up. Let's get it though.
No
These are
rush,
great
no rush,
callers.
though, no rush.
Now, these are great callers, man. They're gonna do one tomorrow. That's what I said. The link to this full video is in the description. And go fuck with their YouTube page because they're gonna do another one tomorrow morning. So yeah, they're gonna do another one. They said this could because this one was more celebratory. So they're gonna really get into the nitty gritty on the one tomorrow. That's how they promoted the meeting that they're having tomorrow. So let me play some more, family. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button, man. Hit that like button, man. I got a gift. Let me give y'all a gift. You guys want a gift? You guys want something sweet?
Ice cream, ladies and gentlemen.
So y'all take that, man. Hit the like button, guys. Let's
Shit, crazy.
let's get let's get back to it.
Good morning, or afternoon. I am a native Inglewoodtonian, I guess if you could say that. I am part of the Tatum family, and growing up as a monarch, the stories that you would hear in California about how the impact of slavery and the impact of, I'm sorry, the impact of discrimination has affected our communities in around Los Angeles was so detrimental. And I really would like reparations to definitely also make sure that mental health awareness is also included in reparations and that a protective class status is set as a precedent in the reparations package for Californians. And at the end of the day, that lineage does matter, as Dr. Weber says, and that being a descendant of freedmen also means that we should be recognized in legislation throughout California as such. And just dating back to Callie House, and also bringing up the fact that we are representation of our ancestors who have been emancipated and did not get to be acknowledged. And so I would like to acknowledge my ancestors, the Tatum and Swearington family, and the Howard family, and the Smith family. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Tell you a word I keep hearing though. Freedmen's. Nice word. Nice word, man. Nice word. Nice word, family. The people who don't really,
That was our political name officially back in the day. We had the Freemen's
Yeah.
Bureau. That's why everybody want to go back to that shit.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, I like it though. I ain't gonna lie. Of course I'm gonna say descendant of slavery, because especially when it comes to a lawsuit, like that's just gonna hit a little harder. You know what I'm saying? When you in a lawsuit, I like that. I like that Freedman word as a rebuttal. You feel me?
Yeah.
The people who always like to say, yeah, people were slaves. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you like to mention we were slaves, but we was also freed too. Like you don't really want to mention that though, do you?
Exactly. But you got to
Nice.
think ADOS came out of nowhere. It was kind of an on the fly thing that stuck and gained traction.
Yeah.
You get what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So we kind of rolled with it. But Freeman was always our political name, actually.
Yeah. Good fucking name though, because that's something you can't deny. You know what I mean? I could go a lot deeper into that, but yeah, that's something you can't deny though. It's free.
Yeah, I use
What?
them interchangeably, and I'm sure you do
Yeah, we was
too. I
free.
say,
We
yeah.
was free. That's something you know what I'm saying? If you know, okay, yeah. Some of my ancestors were free. I mean, were slaves. I have to respect the fact that some of my ancestors were free. Freed is a term that's it's a weird little term, but no. Let me play some more of this, man. These are good callers on this, man. I'll probably tap into this shit tomorrow. I might call tomorrow. Give them the born rich.
Give them something sweet. Give them
Yeah,
some.
hit them with
Hey, don't play that. Don't play that.
ice
Don't play that
cream, ladies
Cosby
and
shit.
gentlemen.
Hey,
That's a
please don't
troll.
play Cosby. You gonna get our
That's
reparations
a troll. Hey,
trashed up.
that's a troll. Ah, that's funny too, gotta check it. What if I call it that just troll?
They have your phone
I
tapped.
call it that. I call it that and say, hey, listen up, black family. I got something sweet for y'all. Ice cream, ladies and gentlemen.
You gonna have every nigga on your head looking for you.
Nah, yeah, no, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do it. Hey,
They gonna be like, who
tell
the
me to
fuck is this thing?
subscribe.
The finest nigga.
Hey, hey, I'm gonna tell you another funny thing people doing. People calling up there promoting a little bit. Everybody's promoting on the slick too.
Oh
That's it.
yeah, oh
That's
yeah.
the first thing you gotta do. If I get on that platform, the first thing I'm doing is, I'm born rich. I am a content creator from Nashville, Tennessee. And then I'm gonna start hitting them with then I'll go into my spiel. But
Don't forget the restaurant.
yeah, got to promote that. Yeah, absolutely. Got to
Then,
promote
Yeah. Hell yeah.
then
yeah.
most niggas be like, my CD drop in 2 weeks. They got some Black Power shit on there.
For real. All right, let's play it.
Sister Rella, for your comments this morning. Trini?
Okay, we are going to go back to Matthew Morris.
Okay.
Mr. Morris, you've been unblocked. You may now speak. You have 3 minutes.
Can everyone hear me now?
Very low, but yes.
Okay. So first off, and I've also been blessed with the opportunity to speak during the public comment section in January. I understand the importance of taking advantage of these occasions to be a part of the public comments. After all, my ancestors sacrificed life and limb for me to be able to speak here today. My grandmother cleaned schools and houses for her grandchild to one day be able to speak. My mother worked long hours inside and outside of the house to not only allow for me to be able to speak here today, but to do so with intelligence and confidence. So today, I would just like to remind us that we are all not here just for ourselves, not just for our ancestors, but for the ones that never made it to get to this point, for the ones that never survived the trip across the ocean, the ones that perished in bondage, to the many souls that sat in inhumane conditions in Gory Island, the place that my ancestral tribe of the Fula now inhabit, the men, women, and children that were taken from their native land only to see home within reach but would never step foot on its shores again. I say thank you for all of you that are contributing your time, your energy for this movement. The very work that you're doing, let me humbly remind us of all the saying that we must never forget, the wisdom of our elders that told us, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And so with solidarity and love, I say that the work is not done. The soil is merely tilled. The sprouts are yet to have sprung, but they are coming. The harvest not yet reaped, but it is coming. The victory is not yet here, but it is coming. Let us continue to tend the work that needs to be done to provide a brighter tomorrow that will lessen the darkness that may emanate from the hardships of today. And to the souls that have profited from the system that has inflicted so much pain to our communities, the bill has come due. My name is Matthew Morris, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Matthew Morris. Trini, our next speaker.
Okay. Our next speaker is Ernest. Ernest, you've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
Oh, greetings, task force members. My name is Ernest Russell, and I'm located in the state of Michigan. Like always, I want to commend you guys for the work that you are doing. And, I just want to, build off of what previous speakers have already made clear. I think it's pretty evident that you guys are leading the nation on the topic of defining what a true reparations program should look like for the descendants of freedmen or those who share that pedigree. As a descendants of those who were held in bondage, I would like to ask that the task force support Secretary of State Weber's comments regarding the community of eligibility. I believe that, if you guys were to follow her definition of the community of eligibility, and not only her definition, but making sure that the program is lineage based, I believe that we would be taking a step that America has never done, which is addressing the specific group that it has harmed over the last few decades and centuries of this country's existence. And I think, like many of your, many of the presentations that were put together shows that we need to have some sort of specificity and focus that is geared towards the community of eligibility, specifically those who endured the harm, so that we actually get this right the first time around. This task of reparations for Black Americans who descend from slavery is actually a pretty large task, and I do commend you guys for some of the conversations that were held, as well as some of the proposals that were made by your task force. I think it's truly revolutionary, and coming from the state of Michigan, where we only have a local city task force that's seeking to study reparations proposals in the city of Detroit, we are in hopes that we can also secure a state task force for the state of Michigan, in which we could achieve some of the same things that you guys are seeking to achieve, at least until the federal reparations program is passed. So with that being said, I just want to, ask the task force to consider, sticking with Shirley Weber's comments regarding the community of eligibility, and recognizing that if you guys were to do so, you would truly be doing a service to those who descend from freedmen or those who were formerly enslaved in America. And with that, I want to thank you all for your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Russell. Trini, let's do a check-in. Public comment ends officially at 10:05, and that would be about 3 more speakers. How many do we have in the queue? Let's let Chair Moore know.
We have.
I'll come back to them, but man, shout out to the speakers though. Yes, definitely shout out to the speakers, man. They calling in, killing it.
Oh yeah, they about their business.
They killing it, man. This is beautiful because it's good to see, how many people on the same page. And of course, everybody's not going to be fully on the same page, but it's just dope to see how many people are on the same page. Even if this is just a fucking intelligence grab, though. This is what kind of makes me nervous about this, man. For real, Jacob, man. For real. Now I don't know. Now it's starting to seem like a real conspiracy coming out of it, man. And I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist, but this just, I don't know, man.
No,
This
what
is
this
like
has,
speaking.
this has a chance to be landmark. You get what I'm saying?
Absolutely. It does have a chance. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm looking at it like, oh my gosh, this is kind of big because, people calling from Michigan and North Carolina, South Carolina, and everywhere saying, yeah, we got our eyes on you right now, California. Like, I mean, this could be the blueprint. This could be the blueprint.
Exactly. You heard him say in Michigan we have a task force at the local level, so it's gaining traction.
Yeah,
But the eyes
absolutely.
is on California.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That's what I'm saying. The eyes are on California, man. I do want to see how it play out. I'm hearing the people though. Like, that's the beautiful thing that we're hearing. Like we're hearing the citizens of California saying, "Hey guys, hey, let's start moving on this eligibility shit, man. Like, come on, man. Like we know who's eligible for this shit, man. Let's get it. Let's go. Let's go." But then when I read it, like in the manifesto for this task force, they have to report back to the Department of Justice. And some people are just calling saying, "Hey guys, we've been having meeting after meeting, and you guys are, and we're still on eligibility."
Which is letting me know it could be a dog and pony show. That's why a reparations task force, it has to be conducted in the South amongst black predominantly reps. You get what I'm saying? Because
Yeah.
to me, California is too diversity, and it's just like New York. People gonna muddy the waters on purpose.
Yes, I agree.
That's true.
I agree with
That's
that.
true.
I do agree with that. I do agree with that. Now, what I am happy about is because some of the callers that called in earlier was dropping some good California history when it comes to black people. You know what I mean? The descendants of slaves. So I
Shout out
did.
to Cali House. She started this shit. Shout out to Cali House.
Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't up on my California history like that, but it's dope. It's dope listening to these people that's on the land. They're in California. They know the history of California. I know this shit was taking place all across America, but they keep speaking about the land grab, the land that was stolen from their ancestors. I think it's dope to hear these brothers and sisters come up and speak that. But let's get to it, guys.
We have about 9 speakers still in the queue.
Yes, I was going to say just a point of order or clarification. The first panel officially starts at 10:15. And so given the ceremonial nature of today, we can extend the time up until our first panel up to 10:15. So if we have 9 speakers, that's great. If there's any additional speakers before the 10:15 a.m. mark, that's also fine.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cato Amir. You've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
Hello, everyone. I'm Cato Amir here, and I'm just calling to speak about eligibility and say that eligibility should be limited to the people who are descendants of the people who actually went through the harms that were done. And reading up on California, I read that in 2021, California gave almost $2 million to people who are in the country illegally. If California can give almost $2 million, over $2 million to people in the country illegally in just a matter of months, they can definitely give resources and cash to those who are descendants of the people that were enslaved by the American government. So it's not a matter of what needs to be done, because the wrongs that have been done to Black Americans, freedmen as I call them, is well documented in the United States of America. It was going on until the 1970s, and the legacy still happens today. It's much easier to find the descendants of those who were enslaved by the American government than it is to find people in the country illegally who are usually trying to avoid authorities. So if we can do it for people in the country illegally, we could do it for people who built the country and have made it the great country it is that others seek to get into. And that's what I want to say right there. And I want to thank y'all for spearheading this initiative. It's funny that a state level government is taking on this task when federal leaders like Karen Bass of California is not doing it. She can't even bring herself to say the word Black. She says minority institutions. So I want to thank y'all for being bold enough to do something specifically for Black Americans who are the descendants of the enslaved, because our federal leaders sure as hell are not doing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Amir.
The brother had to get that off his chest, didn't he? Get it?
Yeah, he did.
The brother got that off his chest, boy. Hey, these people mad at this committee, man.
Yeah, because that's what gets
I
messed
didn't
up.
know this was a talking point. I thought we was past eligibility, man. Gosh.
If you would have watched this early on, Rich, it all started with because they got like they used to have like a different type of panel too, people who come in and speak. And Cobra, when it first started, they was all over this shit. You get what I'm saying? Muddying in it and trying to get Africans and shout out to no disrespect to the Africans and Caribbeans, but they was trying to make this shit an all Black thing. And people was trying to tell you, if you do it that way, it's gonna fall on its face. America doesn't owe them.
Man, I thought we was past eligibility, man.
Yeah.
I did. Maybe, fuck. Maybe, Maybe I'm having these conversations too much online then. I thought we was past that.
Yeah, but I like what he said too. You can't drag that minority thing in there because every other minority gonna jump aboard. I like the way he said that we gotta separate it, and I'm gonna piggyback on what GOJ said because if you do that way, it ain't gonna never get. You ain't gonna never get none.
It's dead on arrival. If you start playing that Black, minority, and POC,
minority,
that shit is done. It's dead in the water.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's get back to some more callers, man.
Trini, our next speaker.
Our next speaker is Maya Iwataki. You've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. My name is Mia Iwataki, and first I'd like to really thank the task force for their hard work and for the education and for the report that's coming out and for the community engagement hearings that they're planning. I was a founding member of the National Coalition for Redress and Reparations. This was a campaign, as you all know, to win redress and reparations for the 120,000 people of Japanese descent who were put in concentration camps during World War II. Our movement for reparations was really inspired by the civil rights and liberation movements of the Black and Chicanos during the 50s, 60s, and 70s. And that was what guided our work as a grassroots organization. I wanted to also thank you for recognizing during Black History Month some of the legacy organizations that in the African American community that have been talking about reparations for years. This is how I first heard about reparations, through the Republic of New Africa members who talked about the concept of reparations, and it was very informative for us. One of the things I quickly wanted to say was we, working with Congressman Mervyn Dimley, who was my boss at the time and the chair of the Black Congressional Congress, did work with him to author a bill calling for immediate monetary reparations for the Japanese American people. But instead, the bill to establish a commission won. And at first we were very, doubtful about that because our people were dying. But I wanted to just say that the commission hearings changed my life. They were so healing. Our people were holding back for so many years. They were healing. They put a human face on the issue for the country, and they were unifying. And through our stories, we saw the shared histories that we as a people had with other communities of color in the United States. And So I really commend the work that you're planning to do on the community engagements, and our community, realizes that as we won monetary reparations, that we also have a responsibility and a desire to support other struggles for reparations. And with Nikkei Progressives and NCRR today, we are working with the some of the legacy organizations on to support HR 40, and we would
Ms.
offer.
Iwataki, I am so sorry to interrupt you in the middle of your sentence and thought. Thank you so much for your comments today. We really appreciate.
Somebody talk to me. What was Miss Iwasaki?
Your agent. Your agent of
All right.
chaos.
Now, what I was wondering, was she saying that the Japanese Americans won reparations, or is she saying they filed a lawsuit
They
also?
monetary reparations, but the minute she said I support HR 40, she's an agent of
Yeah.
chaos. HR 40 is, we used it to get ADOS started, but it's a nothing burger because it doesn't speak to specifics. It includes this all black is black narrative in it, right? So the minute she said I'm here to support HR 40, then that's a red flag. She's not really with our individual pursuit of reparations as a collective group. HR 40 includes people of color and all this other kinds of shit. She is an agent of chaos.
Yeah, I was trying to. Yeah, I was trying to figure out what the fuck she was saying though. It was weird. Let me run that back real quick though. Let me hear what she was saying though.
Reparations for the Japanese American, the National Coalition for Redress and Reparations.
Documented in the United States, those who were enslaved by the, we can do it for people who built the country and has made it the great country it is that others seek to get into. And that's what I want to say right there. And I want to thank y'all on this task when federal say the word black. She says minority institutions. So I want to thank y'all for being bold enough to do something specifically for Black Americans who are the descendants of the enslaved.
Thank you, Mr. Amir. Trini, our next speaker.
Our next speaker is Maya Iwataki. You've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. My name is Mia Iwataki, and first I'd like to really thank the task force for their hard work and for the education and for the report that's coming out and for the community engagement hearings that they're planning. I was a founding member of the National Coalition for Redress and Reparations. This was a campaign, as you all know, to win redress and reparations for the 120,000 people of Japanese descent who were put in concentration camps during World War II. Our movement for reparations was really inspired by the civil rights and liberation movements of the Black and Chicanos during the 50s, 60s, and 70s. And that was what guided our work as a grassroots organization. I wanted to also thank you for recognizing during Black History Month some of the legacy organizations that in the African American community that have been talking about reparations for years. This is how I first heard about reparations, through the Republic of New Africa members who talked about the concept of reparations, and it was very informative for us. One of the things I quickly wanted to say was, we, working with Congressman Mervyn Dimley, who was my boss at the time and the chair of the Black Congressional Congress, did work with him to author a bill calling for immediate monetary reparations for the Japanese American people. But instead, the bill to establish a commission won. And at first we were very, doubtful about that because our people were dying. But I wanted to just say that the commission hearings changed my life, they were so healing. You know, our people were holding back for so many years. They were healing.
Okay. I heard her. I heard her. And that took me a little time to yeah, go find the article. Go find the article I was waiting on, looking for. So man, shout out to them, man. Shout out to the Japanese Americans. You know, they got their check.
Yeah, but her whole rhetoric is, if you listen closely, you know, it's she coming off as an ally, but she ain't. She on this black and Chicano and African New this and African that. And then what got it for me was at the end when she said, you know, let's support HR 40. Most of the people who were up here, this callers, we are against HR 40, or they are against HR 40, because it does what she's actually saying. Black and Chicano, people of color. That's what HR 40 is doing right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So damn, you're right. They paid them, man. They paid them. Hold on, hold on. So as I read this article, let me read from this article. It says quite a few former internees were still alive in 1988 when reparations was offered. U.S. Senators Daniel N. and Spark Matzana became symbolic victims. They were both Second World War veterans, and UK had lost an arm in battle. Finally, the amount paid was relatively low, $20,000 for each of 80,000 living survivors, for a total of about 1.6 billion. Okay, 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 okay. So yeah. Okay, okay. Hold on. Yeah. All right, let's get back to it. Let's get back to it. But I just had to go back and look at some of that Japanese. You know what I'm saying? I had to go look at that Japanese American um reparations and solidarity. Because the first caller who called this show, God Jacob, was Japanese American. The very first caller. As soon as they opened the phone lines up, and that Japanese American caller was saying, "Hey, I support this fight for reparations." And I was wondering what was their, you know, what brings them into this? Why are they so concerned?
Confusion.
Hold on, brother. You breaking up. You breaking up, God Jacob. You breaking
Can
up
you hear
bad.
me? Oh shit.
There you go. There you go. I hear you better now.
Now, but it was previous couple callers back when the person said, "Hey, why is all these other people getting to speak on behalf of our reparations, but we weren't allowed on their boards and stuff like that?" See, when we say community speaking and stuff, they feel it's entitled to speak on it. But when they say community as it relates to their situations,
They close the door.
Yeah, they close the door.
Yeah, they close the door. That's a fact. That's a
Yeah.
fact.
Damn. Mhm.
That's a fact. I agree. I agree, God Jacob, and that's why I'm side eyeing this whole content that I'm playing and this whole reparations task force, because I'm like, man. And then when I read early on the show how this task force was formed, like, oh shit, politicians chose these people. How do politicians know these people? I don't know. I'm not familiar with it. I don't know any of these members of the task force, so I don't know if they're grassroots or what. But when it says man, it's weird because I have to think about my local area when the politicians and the city start saying these are your black grassroots organizations. And I'm looking at like, oh man, I love these brothers and sisters, but sheesh, I know these people, they're gonna fund you and they're gonna be on your ass. And that's exactly what happened. So I always have to wonder, like, Why are these groups chosen? You could be chosen just for people to infiltrate your grassroots organization. So that's why
Yeah,
this,
yeah,
to me, this is kind of, I don't know. Go ahead,
yeah,
got it, Jacob. Go ahead,
yeah.
bro.
It's all right to have skepticism, but as far as
Mm-hmm.
this board, um, ADOS LA spearheaded this thing, meaning they pushed it. This board, this whole commission thing wouldn't even exist if it wasn't for ADOS. What? Because they name changed now, but when it was ADOS LA, they pushed it. They was on them niggas' asses, and they wanted to create a edited version of HR 40 because everybody knew that HR 40 wasn't hitting no shit. So they spearheaded this thing. But in politics, it's give and take. So
No, I got you. I got you, brother. And I ain't gonna lie, I like the energy, and I'm gonna keep saying that. I like the energy of the callers.
yeah,
The callers, in my mind, represent a lot of the community. If not all of the community, if not majority of the community, they represent some of the community. And I like this energy. The energy that the callers are calling with, like, yeah, family. Yeah, family. This shit been going too
Rich.
long for us to still be speaking about eligibility.
But they will get primary. The community is watching and it's growing. So
Yeah,
those
absolutely.
politicians don't pass it through. This ain't like the federal. Them niggas can get primaried out of there. So they under pressure too. Like one of these niggas could run against me, just a regular old Joe off the street, based on the decision I make. I won't have a job.
Yeah, I give you that, gotta Jay. I give you that. And I know the word is getting out because I told you it came down my timeline. So now, okay, now I'm tapped in. Okay. This
But
is
that's
what's
why you
going
see
on in California.
me and Bo used to go crazy when we was trying to argue with these folks over here back in the day. Because we was tapped in early on, man. Way early.
Yeah, I wasn't hip to this one. I wasn't hip to this. But it's the energy. It's the same, same talking points. Same. At this point, to me, it's not even about talking points. This is what we saying. I mean,
Yeah.
this is the
Like,
foundation of it. The foundation of it is like, hey man, we at the end of the day, we are different people.
hey,
We are
Rich.
different people, man.
Rich, if this shit going for next week, you gonna have people calling in cussing. Like, look, motherfucker, I don't know what's taking you. Like, it's gonna be a different
For real. That's
energy.
a fact, man. Like you said, the energy, that's the whole energy, got it, Jacob. I'm just now hearing this, and I'm like,
You
oh,
know how we get.
yeah, the energy is like, hey man. So I'm learning. I'm learning from the callers, got it, Jacob. I did a quick Google search, and I researched what was the purpose of the California Reparations Task Force. That's all I knew about the California Reparations Task Force, and I ain't gonna lie, I knew Tariq Nasheed called, and I knew the brother from N Cobra called. That's all I knew. And when I found this YouTube and I found the actual live stream, I'm like, oh my gosh, the
Man,
energy of the
get you
people,
months and you
man,
almost a year behind this shit.
the energy of the people in Cali is like, okay, guys. And that's what the California people saying, got it, Jacob. They saying, bro, listen, y'all done put this commission together months ago, and we still discussing eligibility. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Like, nobody's gonna take us serious if we done wasted months on top of months speaking about eligibility, man. Let's move on. We know who's eligible. We got the pulse of the people. And and some of these callers are saying, "Hey guys, I don't know if y'all ain't reading my emails or what, but when y'all putting out questions online, we are answering them questions. We sending y'all emails telling y'all, listen, this is the eligibility requirements. If you don't fit that, you're not eligible. Period. Let's move on from this shit, man. To me, we know who's eligible, but I don't know, man. We'll see though. I like it though, Gotta Jacob, because now my eyes is on this California reparations task
Welcome to
force.
the family. Welcome to the family.
I'm here. I'm here now, brother. I'm tapped in now.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
new to this too, man. I'm new to
yeah,
this
I'm
too, but
tapped in, Nito. I'm gonna lay bloom on this one though. You
I'm
know what I'm
gonna do
saying?
my research though. I'm gonna do
Yeah,
my research, and I'm gonna be up on this shit.
yes,
Definitely
I like
going.
it. I like it. I like it. Now,
Mm-hmm.
of course, everybody would prefer it to be on the federal level, but we know how this court
Baby
system
steps,
tends to
baby
go.
steps.
You know what I mean? We know how it go. We know how it's gonna go. They're gonna make it so. The eyes is on California right now, man. California. Jada Jacob said it should be in the South. I think California got a good chance of doing it if they identify properly.
I say the South because it won't be infiltrated by this Cobra shit. Cobra didn't hit the South all like that and shit. It hit metropolitan areas and all that. All that Cobra shit wasn't down in the South. Nigga run you over there talking all that shit.
Yeah, the South, the homeland, man. Let me play some more of this shit, family. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button, guys. If you haven't hit the like button, hit the like button, man. Check my time. Been on here for a minute. All right, let's get it. Let's get it. This shit pretty dope though. I'm gonna tap in tomorrow. And guys, if you want to watch this whole video or you want to get your bits and pieces off this video, it's in the description box. Yeah, look at the description to this video. Click on that. You can fast forward it or watch the whole thing. But if you want to get familiar, this is a dope live stream. Let's go.
All right, I'm out, big homie.
All right, brother.
They put a human face on the issue for the country, and they were unifying. And through our stories, we saw the shared histories that we as a people had with other communities of color in the United States. And so I really commend the work that you're planning to do on the community engagements. And our community, realizes that as we won monetary reparations, that we also have a responsibility and a desire to support other struggles for reparations. And with Nikkei Progressives and NCRR today, we are working with the some of the legacy organizations on to support HR 40, and we would offer.
Ms. Iwataki, I'm so sorry to interrupt you in the middle of your sentence and thought. Thank you so much for your comments today. We really appreciate it.
Our next speaker is Woolard Lett. You've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Woolard Lett. I was born and spent my early childhood in Mississippi. I currently serve as the male co-chair for the New England chapter of the National Coalition of Blacks for Reparations in America. And we commend California for the work that you're doing, but we also want to remind California that reparations means full repair. And COBRA has identified 5 injury areas that are a result of African chattel enslavement and its ongoing vestiges here in American society. But in addition to those 5 injury areas, we've also identified 5 remedies which are outlined in international law. One of those remedies is compensation. We agree that compensation is necessary, but while necessary, it is insufficient to provide full repair for the injuries of African chattel enslavement and its vestiges. In addition to compensation, we require and request rehabilitation, both physical and mental rehabilitation for the injuries that have been caused in the area of health. We require and request restitution. Restitution is restoring a people to its former stature and status, and to address the injury area of peoplehood, nationhood that was suffered by as a result of African chattel enslavement and its ongoing vestiges. A third remedy is cessation and guarantee of non-repeat. We don't have to talk a lot about that. We see as we look around the kinds of things that are happening, this ongoing legal lynch as well as extrajudicial killings that we see in our communities across the land. And finally, there's satisfaction. Satisfaction, according to our esteemed elder Dorothy Benton Lewis, it's not over till we say it's over. We need satisfaction. We cannot allow the Fox to decide what's enough for the hen house for the crimes that they have committed. So we thank you for beginning, taking this step on this journey, and we look forward to supporting you in any way that we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lett. Our next speaker, Trini.
Our next speaker is Reginald McKinley. You've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Reginald McKinley. Just want to make sure you can hear me. Can you hear me? Thumbs up.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much for forming and being part of this reparations task force. As an individual who lives in Southern California, specifically Los Angeles, I know how important it is to connect the dots on how we've been impacted and in what ways we look to repair. Specifically, I would love to connect with you all and partner with you. I've done extensive research on Capitol Hill and from local level up to federal level, and I'm interested in really putting my hands in and doing some lifting with you all. I've applied for the research role that you guys have listed as the research data specialist, and so if you're interested in having that type of help, I'm open to it, and I would love to connect with whoever is over that process. Again, if there's someone I could talk to, email or something, throw it in the chat. Other than that, I'm going to stay on and just really absorb what you guys are offering and see in which other ways I can support all that you are.
Okay, that brother wanted a job. That brother right there was yeah,
Yeah, he was selling himself. Yeah.
Hey, he didn't have nothing to add to the conversation. He just like, hey man, listen, I would love to be in contact with you, man. Trust me.
I'm gonna drop an email. Yeah.
Hey, yeah, let me see if I can see Chad Brown, man. They said Chad Brown was on this caller. See if I can find Chad Brown. Then we'll wrap this up, guys. We'll wrap this up. We've been on here 3.5 hours. Let me see if we can find Chad Brown, guys. Hold on.
Panel, peace and reparations, and to Don Tamaki at Deep Bow. I want to say first, we're considering this Black Future Month. I just want to make that clear. I want to say since this specific meeting is about current efforts for reparations, I wanted to mention direct cash payments specifically. I feel like plenty of people are able to speak to what the issue has been. I just want to speak to what I think some of the redress could look like. I mentioned months ago when I called into, I would say, the second task force about Oregon's Senate Bill 619, which offers lifetime payments of $123,000 a year, tax-free. I'm suggesting that California multiplies that by 10 for California just based on its economy. I ain't no math surgeon, but clearly lifetime payments are an example of what true redress can be instead of just a single check. I just want to make that clear. By the way, the Holocaust reparations claim was 3-pronged, and one of those prongs was $125 million of lifetime payments as well. And we can also shout out Obama, who gave them $12 million of American money. I want to mention that for direct cash payments, our elders who've survived to 50 years old and above, I don't want to set a specific, age, not out of disrespect, but they need to receive an upfront cash payment as well. It shouldn't be that we're all receiving a check at the same amount at the same time. Our elders who survived this system need $5 million upfront if California can achieve it. Now, Evanston was mentioned earlier for housing. I think it should be well understood that $25,000 stipends when the housing market is $400,000 there means that $40,000 is how much you need for a down payment. We need to make sure that the numbers are correct there, which is why I want to mention the Japanese reparations claim. Mr. Tamaki and I'm sure Ms. Iwataki, who called in earlier, already know that they received direct cash payments, but their checks were based on the appraisal of their houses in the 1940s and not in modern day. We're not falling for that same trick bag again. We want our 40 acres, as a realtor said earlier, and we're not forgetting the mule. Y'all know I called in saying it's 40 acres in a Tesla. We can call it an electric vehicle. There's a Black-owned electric car company, MIMS Motors, and California already pays $14,000 towards the first electric vehicle that anyone buys there through the federal EV tax credit, as well as a California one. So they can extend that to pay for Black Americans' electric vehicle, have us in a clean Black History, Black Future Month
world. And lastly, HR 40, as was mentioned early, is named after 40 acres and a mule. I just want to make that clear, that that 40 acres is owed to the descendants of American chattel slavery who were here at the end of 1865. No one who came after. Thank you guys for the space and time.
Thank you, Mr. Gaines. Thanks for your comments today. All right, Trini, how many more people do we have in the queue at this point?
There are 4, including the next speaker.
Very good. Okay.
Okay, the next speaker is Harriet Barton. You've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
All right. Hello. Thank you, panel. Thank you for all of your work. And I usually call in every time do public comment. And I know you guys have heard the word lineage a lot today. So I know you'll be focused on the fact that these reparations, also on the federal level, should be lineage based. And it's not that hard to prove who's eligible because people know, you know, if they were born here, their parents, their great grandparents, and people know what they've identified as. And I think Dr. Garrity's looking in his book, it makes sense to have a 10-year thing there where you've identified as that, because people will have changed who they identify as, but it's not that hard to figure those two things out. So lineage is number one. It's very important. I wish it would have been decided earlier, but I know you guys have to do the work. And also reparations is cash. I mean, everybody knows it's cash because cash is a lot of things, but it's also policy and protection and enforcement of those policies is very important, and only the government can do that. And I'm hoping that California can be this great model and that it will spill over to federal reparations. It's just not that hard to figure it out. And also, you know, if any jobs are coming from that, it needs to be to benefit the people, the ADOS people. And I'm saying that because no one was talking about reparations recently until that infamous hashtag that people don't like to talk about. I didn't start it, but I do follow it. American Descendants of Slavery. No one was really talking about reparations. It was dead on arrival. Yes, we have HR 40, but HR 40 is trash. It's going nowhere. And it should just die on the Senate floor because it's not going to benefit the people. And also, we're in California, and I wish that the focus would be on discrimination here. Yes, discrimination is a problem, but it's here. All you have to do is look at the streets. Look at all the homeless people. Most of them are Black, probably ADOS. And I bet these people have been discriminated against. Maybe employment, who knows what. But we have a big problem here. We have a language discrimination problem. You can't even get employed unless you're speaking Spanish, so they say. And that's a huge problem. And my daughter had to leave this state last year just to be gainfully employed. And it has affected me as well. And I'm sure a lot of people, if you would just ask the people. So I just wish you just focus on the lineage, please. And also, I think that's all. And I just want to say, please don't let AB 3121 be trash. I just have to say that. Don't let it die on a Senate floor somewhere. It needs to be the focus of lineage. Thank you, panel.
Thank you, Ms. Barton, for your comment.
Boom. That's all I can say is boom.
Yeah,
She
she
came
hit
on and
on.
said, come on, bro. She said everything that needed to be said.
She sure did.
Like, don't let this shit be trash, man. Like I said earlier, don't let this be don't let this pacify us. Don't let this. And shout out to the people, shout out to the callers, shout out to the California Reparations Task Force. But I get nervous, man, because I've seen so many times they'll say, hey guys, you Negroes go sit in the corner and hash out y'all go over there and hash it out and come back to us when you're asking for a raise.
Yep.
That's what's scary about this, man. And that's what the sister was saying. Like, come on, man. We've had all of these movements, all of these reparations movements, and they've either stalled or failed.
Yep.
We need some new energy, man. We just need
Yeah,
new
we do.
energy. For real.
And don't settle for no crumbs. Don't settle just to get crumbs. You know what I'm saying?
No, absolutely. Absolutely.
Don't fold and say, okay, we're gonna add in my minority, all minorities, just to get crumbs. No, let's stick to the basis.
Oh, that's
This is what it
unanimous.
is.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
unanimous. That's unanimous. That's what everybody's saying. I think everybody is
Mhm.
really on the same vibe I'm on. Like, oh my gosh, we still talking about eligibility. We've already
Mhm.
said who's eligible for the shit, man. Let's wrap this up in a nice little bow and a nice little box, and let's take this shit. Let's go present the gift. Like we tripping
Yep.
on
Yep.
deciding who gets to put in on the gift and
Mhm.
whose name we gonna write on the card. We tripping,
Yep.
man. We are tripping.
Exactly.
We are.
Because everybody gonna benefit off it. Let's just move ahead and keep it like you
Let's
said.
move past this. I'm saying move past
Mhm.
this, and I
Me
know
too.
people. I guess I don't know. You dealing with a lawsuit, court procedures, white supremacy, the whole nine. So
Mhm.
of course, they're gonna drag their feet. Of
Mhm.
course, they're gonna drag their feet.
But
But
then again, though, you really want to make sure you got your eyes dotted and your T's crossed. You know what I mean? You gotta make sure you know. But
absolutely.
but I'm like you, man. We already passed who's eligible. Now let's battle and tackle some other issues. I
Yeah,
feel that.
I don't know. To me, that's crazy that this conversation is about this. But I understand. I do understand.
Mhm.
Some people are more informed than other people, but
Mhm.
I can't rush it. I have to show my patience. But gosh, I don't know. Like I said, I'm gonna keep my eye on this. Keep my eye on this whole situation. But here we go. Let me play some more, man. Let's wrap this shit up.
This morning.
The
Next speaker, please.
next speaker is Tony Tinker. You've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm Tony Tinker. I have spoken towards the panel several times, and I also applaud your work for moving forward. I work for California State University, Sacramento, and I sit on the Black Parallel School Board, which has lawsuits towards discrimination of for special education students. I sat on the advisory board for Sacramento City for Black students because of the discrimination. I've also worked with Dr. Shirley Weber on various fields, especially ethnic studies, as a humanities advisor towards ethnic studies, and that was passed. But I'm speaking to you today on my own behalf because of personally, this work has impacted me. This work has pushed me to look at my own heritage, my own lineage, and go back and look at and explore that. And I found some surprising things. And the students that I work with every day and see every day, and the average Black people that are here in Sacramento who have been dealing with discrimination in Sacramento for a very long time, need to know these things, need to have the power. So I hope that you continue to do whatever reparations come, whatever monetary values come. I hope that you had a speaker talk about that there was a patchwork of finding our lineage, finding our history. And I hope that you empower everyday people to do this and give them the power of the shields and so forth, because many of our young folks would do more things if they knew they came from this lineage, if they knew they came from these people who fought in this way. And even if it is a very small way, we need to think about those young people that we are pushing forth, where someone said it's 7 generations down the road we're looking at. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tinker.
Telling you, man, these callers are fucking killing it, man. Killing it.
Yeah, they are. They are. And I like how she said that. The young people. I know the basics, but I need to really educate myself more. I need to be more active in knowing what's going on. You know what I mean? Because there's a lot of
So
shit
this
going
is what
on.
this is what I'm thinking right now, right? Because I ain't gonna lie, right? So when I first found out, because we know school teaches us you're a slave. You were a slave. man, your ancestors wasn't shit. You was a slave, right? The first thing I learned, I wanted to really learn is, okay, cool. If we come from Africa, what were we doing in Africa before we were forcibly brought over here, right? And went and did the history, even if I don't know fully where I'm from, I went and did West African history. I went and did some
Yeah.
history. And
Mhm.
no, oh shit, the people who was brought over here just wasn't a bunch of dumb Negroes. You feel me?
Exactly.
I'm saying,
Wasn't savages running around
thank you,
with
thank
spears.
you,
Yeah.
thank
And see that's the picture that was painted. So being a young black person, you like, damn, you know,
you. Facts.
where were
And
we
that's
at? We ain't do shit. We were savages. We were no. See, that's the picture that white supremacy paints, man.
But then you have to say this, okay, cool, cool. Kidnapped, brought over here, we know the story, right? But then, okay, what about those people who survived that?
Yep.
That's the new thing. Hey, listen, guys,
Yep.
you can go find your people who survived that. Same
Hmm.
people, yes, yes, them same people who took that long boat ride. You can and slavery. You can look at slavery and say, man, you're right, man. The white people that was fucking y'all up. But then you gotta think, man. Look, now we a hundred and some years later, a couple hundred years later, and we still here.
Yep.
We still here. How the fuck are we still here? So now you need to go talk to your grandmother and see who her grandmother was, and then you will realize and understand. Okay, bro, you still here because you come from a strong people. You
Hmm.
come from a resilient people.
Yep.
That's
That
good
was
shit.
somebody. That was somebody before they came here.
Absolutely. And then came here and not only came here, but dealt with all the bullshit and survived over
Hmm.
here. To the
And
point you
also,
born, to the point that I'm born, I'm still here. I could
hmm
have been wiped off the map, right?
yep. And also contributed to what's going on over here. Even though they went through all the bullshit they went through.
Come from a great people, man.
Yeah, we
That's
do,
what the
man.
unanimous. That's what the unanimous decision is tonight, man. You come from a great people, and your great people were workers. Yeah, no,
Hmm.
ain't no lazy shit, ain't no thug shit, ain't no twerkers or none of that shit. No, you came from workers, fighters. Yeah,
Hmm.
fighters,
Yep.
fighters. The weapons was different. The
Yep.
weapons was different. You fought with what you had. You said,
Hmm.
a little bit more artillery.
Hmm.
All
But the
right.
strongest weapon though is corrupting and like belittling someone's mind and taking taking their everything from them
Oh yeah, no,
mentally.
no, no. When it comes to colonization, that's all of that is included in colonization. Like,
Hmm.
yeah, we're gonna separate you from the babies, teach
Hmm.
teach your babies. We're gonna control the propaganda. We're gonna control the school system. We're gonna control everything. War, sex, government, economics. We're just gonna control all of that, man. But you guys,
Status.
still, yeah, you guys can still be here though. We know
Yeah.
how that is. Like we can't. Come on, man. We can't play no games with the colonizers. Period. We can't. Come on. We can't play no games.
Trini, I believe we have two more speakers.
Yes, there's still one pending, but he's not pressing continue, so hopefully he will before the next two finish. The next speaker is Angela Nirvana. You've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Can I be heard?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
we can hear you.
Wonderful. Thank you and good morning. Um, just a second. I'm so sorry. A new report from the Pew Research Center highlights striking data about the population growth of Black immigrants in the U.S. According to the study, there were 4.6 million Black immigrants living in the U.S. in 2019, an increase of 3% since 1980. The report adds that about 1 in 10 Black people living in the US are not born in America. As of 2019, 60.8 million Hispanics are in the US, 10 million of whom are in California. 18.64 million are Asian, 41.99 million Blacks in the US, 4.6 million of which are Black immigrants. At this rate, according to the data, the country's Black immigrant population would eventually exceed US-born Blacks. The US Black immigrant population is expected to increase to 9.5 million by 2060, doubling the current total. About 9% of Black people in the US are second-generation Americans who have at least one parent born abroad, according to Pew. Looking at the socioeconomic status of Black immigrants, the data reveals that they have more college degrees than US-born Blacks and a higher median household income and wealth than freedmen. Still, it states, and I quote, Black immigrants face the same amount of discrimination as freedmen Black born in the US, the study concludes. Now see, this is what is troubling to me when it comes to that statement. Black immigrants who have more education than freedmen Black, more home and business ownership, more income and wealth, by and large do not live amongst the freedmen whose national median incomes are less than $40,000 since COVID. And the median home price here in California is $834,000. Black immigrants do not suffer the same rates of police brutality and state-sanctioned executions, preschool to prison pipelines, incarceration, foster care, unemployment, underemployment, homelessness, lack of home and business ownership. It is imperative that we address the weaponization of immigration against freedmen to make us the permanent bottom caste in the country our ancestors built with their lives. It is imperative to disaggregate Blackness so the state will see its abject failure wherein freedmen is concerned. It is imperative that those of us who've been legislated out of this state and counting receive redress because of the policies here. It's imperative that we do this so that you can clearly see that Black immigrants who by and large just got here aren't owed reparations. I
Ms.
thank
McBottom?
you so much for your work and for allowing me to share. God bless.
Hold up. We gonna get this work.
Good shit by the sister. She was passionate, she was concise. She came in, said what she had to say, and got the fuck up out of there, man. Shout out to the sister, man.
Yeah.
Spitting that fire though. That's fire.
Yeah.
It's fire. It's fire. A lot of people ain't gonna like the delivery, but it's fire.
Hey,
It's fire.
they ain't gotta like delivery, man, but the message gotta be put out.
Mhm. All right, I think they said one more caller, man. We'll play this one. It's almost midnight on my end, so yeah, we'll play this one. Then we'll rock and roll, fam, bam. Let's get to it. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button, share button, and subscribe button, man. Make sure y'all hit all of that, man. Fuck with the channel. You know what I'm saying? If you fuck with it, show your appreciation. You want to follow me on Instagram, it's always scrolling across the bottom of the screen. And if you also want to support the channel, I got the PayPal scrolling across the bottom of the screen and the Cash App scrolling across the bottom of the screen. If you want to support the channel, why not just support it, man? Support the thing. Support the thing, man. And shout out to everybody who's already supported. You know who you is, man. And shout out to y'all in the chat, man. I got something really, really sweet for y'all.
Ice cream, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, back to the video.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments this morning. Trini, we are, and Chair Moore, I believe we are close to the end of our public comment speakers. And
There are
Trini, we can have one
there
more.
are two left.
more? Okay.
Kenneth Henry, you are next. You have 3 minutes. You've been unmuted.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Kenneth Henry. I am a proud member of the National Coalition of Blacks for Reparations in America. But even more than that, I was born and raised in the great state of Virginia, and all of my ancestral lines begin and end there. The state where all of this began. It is painful to sit here and to listen at us as a people go against each other. We all have to admit that our ancestral blood is mixed into the soil of this country for forever. I would like to honor this task force. I am so proud to be a part of this event. It's historical. And as a advocate for passage of HR 40, these are learning moments for me. And I am sitting here grasping every piece of information because even as we can all agree, money is good. Yes, we agree direct payments must happen, but no amount of money, no check, no matter how large, can repair 400 plus years of harms and injuries. And we must be about not just the money. And someone said it. If it's going to be money, we should be able to establish a fund and draw down from that fund into perpetuity. Because we all know if we got a direct payment, it cannot cure the harms of the mental health issues that we deal with every day, the physical health issues that were laid bare with COVID-19. In around the country in urban areas, we have some major issues with our young people. A check cannot repair those harms. We have to be about the business of curing our communities. And in order to do that, we must have true redress. I'm not going to belabor all that you have said, other than to say, while I agree direct payments are appropriate, we have to have true redress. I would like to say that the State of the Union message is Tuesday night. I would ask all of us to definitely call upon the president to do more for people of African descent. He has a Black agenda. I have not seen much come out of that agenda, and reparations are definitely long overdue. In ending my conversation, I would like to also honor Dr. Shirley Nash Weber for her vision, for her ability to follow through on it. But I also want to acknowledge someone in the state of California that I believe is an ancestor and whose shoulders I think we all stand on, and that is Queen Biddy Mason. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Henry. Thanks for your comments. Trini, this is our
Oh, Auntie. Auntie didn't sound like Auntie was being real vague. Auntie was being real vague with the conversation, Auntie. Now, you saying direct payment. I like when Auntie said, okay, she agrees with direct payment, right? And payment into perpetuity. Love it. Love that idea. That's payments for the rest of your life. I love that idea, Auntie. I do, Auntie. Now, let's see what regress is. Let's go to Google's. Let's go to Google's. I keep hearing this word regress. Let's see what this is. What is regress now? Come on. What is regress now? Oh gosh. Regress. Let's go to regress, guys. Hold on, y'all. Bear with me. Bear with me. Bear with me. Let's see. What is this? What is this? What is this? What is this? To regress, return to a former or less developed state. Art has been regressing towards adolescence for more than a generation now. Okay, return to a former or less developed state. Uh, I don't know. Maybe in the South, one of the southern states, right? That's a former state. If we know we all come from, we all know that we were enslaved in the South and in the Virginias, then regress may not be that bad. The action of returning to a former, yeah. All
Yeah,
right.
but we don't want to return. We don't want to return to the former state. We
Mm.
want new. We want new development. Don't regress.
Yeah, I'm
Like,
just saying, as far as regress, I just want to know, like where are we going? Where are
yeah.
we going? Right?
Why would you want to return? You know.
Yeah, I know. I just had to look that up because Auntie kept
Yeah.
saying that. Auntie was
Yeah,
real
she
fan.
did say
So
it a lot.
I think Auntie was. I don't know. Auntie was probably saying we should probably go back to Africa.
Yeah, probably.
Maybe I misunderstood, but that was the vibe that I was getting from Auntie. Auntie was like, "Yeah, we probably should regress," and she said we were arguing with each other. See what I'm saying? That was the first comment she made. She's like, "I can't
Yeah.
believe black people are arguing with each other." And it's like, no, we're not really arguing with each other. It's damn near unanimous,
Yeah.
really.
Yep.
When we go through all these comments, but I think this is the last caller of the show. Let's get it.
Or maybe she said regress. Like maybe we need to go back to the beginning of why we doing this. You know.
Maybe.
And
Our
next is
last speaker is Christopher Lodson. You have been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. First of all, I want to thank everybody who is watching, who is listening. This has been a fire public comment session. I want to thank everybody in the chat, everybody who is watching on YouTube. Also, this has been an amazing, again, public comment session. I want to say one thing about eligibility quickly, and then I'm going to give some official comment from CJEC, Coalition for Just and Equitable California. I'm going to speed up a little bit here on eligibility. My position is pretty simple. Reparations are for those of us who descend from U.S. slavery in this country. So it's a lineage-based claim, specifically and exclusively. I don't think we can mess with that. It's not just a moral issue. It's not just a right or wrong issue. I think you're going to hear from Professor Chemerinsky today that it's also a legal issue. If we don't make this lineage-based, then we are going to raise not just a Prop 209 challenge, so not just a Section 31 of the California Constitution challenge. We're also going to raise possibly a 14th Amendment challenge, and possibly also going to raise a Civil Rights Act challenge from the 1960 Civil Rights Acts. So we have a legal obligation and also a moral obligation to make this reparations eligibility question lineage based. I want to put my CJEC hat on right now, though, and give some official comment. One, thank you all. You are all making Black history. We are all making Black history this month. That includes everyone on this task force and everyone in the chat and everyone that's been a part of all of this work to get us to this point. We're all closer to reparations today because of all of the work that everyone is doing here. That's everyone. So that's those who are watching, talking in the chat, commenting on the phone, and on this task force. Thank you for selecting CJEC as an anchor organization. Also want to thank California Black Women's Health Project for being our fiscal sponsor to make that possible. I want to thank ETN Media Group for live streaming the meetings right now on YouTube. Shout out to the YouTube chat, what's going on. And also I want to invite everyone here to our next community listening session, which is going to be an independent listening session on Tuesday, March 1st, next Tuesday in Richmond, California. You can get more information about that at our Twitter, our Facebook, and our Instagram at CJEC Official. Join us. We're going to be live in person in the community like we always 2. Peace.
Thank you, Mr. Lodgins. Thank you all. We have now reached the allotted time for public comment today. If you are not able to provide comment, we invite you to attend future public meetings. There's one tomorrow morning. Or submit comments or testimony.
All right, cool. That was good. Good content right there. I love it. So what I'm gonna do now is post the rest of that video. Shit, that video is like 4 hours, guys. I went through 1 hour of that video. That shit's like 4 hours. So if y'all want to mess with that video, go support it, get tapped in. I'm gonna listen to the rest of it, and I'm gonna be tuned in to their meeting / panel tomorrow, and we'll come back, man. I'll keep y'all updated on this whole California Reparations Task Force and the meetings they're having. And I'll keep the people tapped in, man. Seems like it's gonna be. I'll bring the nuggets. Pause, but I'll bring the nuggets from the video, man, and I'll make sure I share it with y'all, man. Shout out to Nito and the Queen. Shout out to you, brother. Anything you want to tell the people before I sign off?
Stay pro-black, love your people, and love yourself. Most importantly, love yourself, because that's what's wrong with our community now, and that's why we go out doing the things we do amongst ourselves. It starts off with loving yourself, because if you don't love yourself, you can't love no one else, man.
Ice cream, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, my brother Nito, man. Leaving the people with something sweet and some of their good knowledge, man. Shout out to you, Nito, brother. Shout out to the Queen, man. It's a beauty every time y'all pull up and chop it up with your brother, man. Really appreciate y'all, man.
Thank you.
For real, brother. Really appreciate y'all. I want to shout out Black Peace, brother Mike jumped on the panel. God of Jacob, as Getty. Shout out to everybody who jumped on the panel and rocked with me today, man. Shout out to everybody, man. Good shit, good topic, good dialogue, man. And y'all know how I do it, man. Listen, if nobody told y'all today that they love you, let me be the first one to tell you, man, I love you. I love you. I love you.
I built this shit. Me. Brick by brick. And I'll be damned if I let you tear it down just because you don't like the way another nigga talk.